I'd like to call the meeting to order. If we have any military veterans, would you please stand? I'd like to recognize you and thank you for your service. Everybody rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ask Chief Polito to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you very much. 1.3, approval of the agenda.
Second.
The move to second, vote please. Ms. Albanese,
Aye.
Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
and Ms. Ochoa. She's not here? Motion carried. 1.4, San Bernardino Semi-School District Land Acknowledgement. Ms. Medina?
Thank you. The board recognizes that San Bernardino City Unified School District sits on the unceded California Indian homeland of Gabrielino, Tongva, Shemiwe, Wavy, Nobu, Kawila, and Serrano, Miriam. We recognize that every member of San Bernardino City Unified School District community has benefited and continues to benefit from the use and the occupation of this land since time immemorial. Consistent with our values of community and diversity, we are responsible for acknowledging and making district's relationship with the American California tribes visible. By offering this land acknowledgement, we affirm American California Indian sovereignty and will work to hold San Bernardino City Unified School District more accountable to the needs of American Californian Indians. This land acknowledgement has the oversight and approval of tribal elders from the local respective tribes. And I do want to apologize if I mispronounced it. So moved. Second.
Vote please. Ms. Albanese
Aye.
and Ms. Chavez.
Aye.
President Tillman, we don't vote on that, we just read it. Okay.
Thank you. Section 2, special presentation recognition. 2.2, resolution and recognition of American Education Week, including Education Support Professionals Day and Substitute Education Day. I'd like to ask Mr. Husky to read that for us.
Thank you. Whereas following World War I, when it was discovered that many of the military draftees were illiterate, representatives of the National Education Association and the American Legion met to seek ways to generate public support for education, resulting in the first observance of American Education Week in December 1921. And whereas, now recognized annually the week prior to Thanksgiving, American Education Week is a time to honor those educators who introduce students to the wonders of reading, show them how to reason with numbers, help them explore the mysteries of science, learn about history and how it impacts us today, and teach the importance of being healthy through nutrition and physical activity. And whereas educators have moved beyond the classroom in helping students learn to think, solve problems, and cooperate with each other, and more than ever, educators work tirelessly to keep students' learning on track and amid increasing food insecurity and mental health issues. And whereas Education Support Professionals Day is celebrated the Wednesday of American Education Week and honors the contributions of school support employees who who are essential partners in the education process by keeping schools running smoothly, including para-educators, school secretaries, clerks, health aides, office assistants, recreational aides, and the many others who support educators. And whereas the Friday during American Education Week is Substitute Educators Day, honoring substitute teachers, also known as guest educators, for their role in providing a critical service in the education of children by acting as a bridge to provide continued quality education to students in the temporary absence of their regular classroom teachers. Therefore, be it resolved, the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District recognizes November 18th through November 22nd, 2024 as American Education Week, November 20, 2024 as Education Supports Professionals Day, and November 22nd, 2024 as Substitute Educators Day, and recognizes the entire week as a time to celebrate the potential of all students and to acknowledge and give thanks to the teachers, guest teachers, and support professionals working within the educational system to ensure every child receives a quality education. So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Husky and second by Mrs. Alexander. Vote, please. Ms. Albanese?
Aye.
Ms. Chavez?
Aye. Ms. Grande?
Motion passed. 2.1, Birdsong Performance. Assembly Member James Ramos. I'd like to turn the floor over to our Communications Department.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Ariano, Executive Cabinet. My name is Carla Cross, and I am with the Communications Department. I'll be facilitating tonight's special presentations. At this time, I'd like to invite our board, our superintendent, and our Executive Cabinet to take one of these seats here in the front. While they make their way, I just want to go ahead and get started with my remarks. And before I introduce our cultural heritage presentation, I'd like to take a moment to invite or to recognize our special guest, who is none other than Assembly Member James C. Ramos. Mr. Ramos, his son, James Ramos Jr., and his two nephews, Tom and Trevor Matthews, will be performing or presenting a bird song for us this evening. I'm sure many of us are fully aware of Mr. Ramos and his resume, but I just want to make sure that I take note of a few things. Mr. Ramos is a lifelong resident of the San Manuel Indian Reservation and member of the Serrano-Cahuilla tribe. In 2018, he became the first Native American state lawmaker in California. He represents the 45th District, which includes the cities of Fontana, Highland, Mentone, Redlands, Rialto, and San Bernardino. In addition to his elective service, Mr. Ramos is a proven civic leader. He is the former chairman of the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, and he has a deep commitment to the preservation of California Indian culture. Additionally, he is co-founder of the San Manuel Band's Cultural Awareness Program, and he serves as director of the California Indian Cultural Awareness Conference, held annually at Cal State San Bernardino. We have the privilege to have him here with us this evening. So, with no further ado, I want to thank Mr. Ramos, his son James Ramos Jr., Trevor Matthews, and Tom Matthews for inspiring us tonight with a cultural heritage, including birdsong presentation. Please give them your full attention. Thank you.
Well, thank you for inviting us out here to share some of our culture. We're from we're Serrano and Cahuilla Indian people. I want to thank the school board and the superintendent for working and establishing the right for all Native Americans to wear regalia during graduation. I know that's something that we've been working on. It's something that now the district is totally behind and moving forward. We're here because November is National Native American Heritage Month. So we're here to celebrate with you some of our culture, but also as a community, celebrating the rich diversity that makes San Bernardino City Unified School District what it is. With all those here in the audience here today and those watching, we represent a diverse community. And the beginning of where these schools are at is Serrano territory, in Cahuilla territory. So then we're going to sing some of those songs for you today. But again, thank you for partnering with us on making sure that our students are welcomed here in the district. Thank you so much. Emelo, 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 isa te vayo, emelo, isa te vayo, emelo, ya emelo, isa te vayo, emelo, isa te vayo, emelo, ya emelo, isa te vayo, emelo, isa te vayo, emelo, ya emelo, isa te vayo, emelo, isa te vayo, emelo, ya emelo, isa te vayo, emelo, isa te vayo, emelo, ya emelo, isa te vayo, emelo, isa te vayo, emelo, ya emelo, isa te vayo, emelo, isa te vayo, emelo, ya emelo, isa te vayo, emelo, isa te vayo, emelo, ya emelo, isa te vayo, emelo, isa te vayo, emelo, ya emelo, isa te vayo, emelo, isa te vayo, emelo, ya emelo, isa te vayo, emelo, isa te vayo, emelo, ya emelo, isa te vayo, emelo, isa te vayo, emelo, ya emelo, isa te vayo, emelo, isa te vayo, emelo, ya emelo, isa te vayo, emelo, isa te vayo, emelo, ya emelo, isa te vayo, Emma e canto ba e hayo kolewe, yo kolewe. Emma e canto ba e hayo kolewe, yo kolewe. Emma e canto ba e hayo kolewe, yo kolewe. Emma e canto ba e hayo kolewe, yo kolewe. Emma e canto ba e hayo kolewe. Oh, holy, Tema e canto pai, hayo kolewe. Tema e canto pai, hayo kolewe. Oh, holy, Tema e canto pai, hayo kolewe. Tema e canto pai, hayo kolewe. Oh, kolewe. Tema e canto pai, hayo kolewe. Oh, kolewe. Tema e canto pai, hayo kolewe. Okolewi, Tema Ekantuba, Hayo Kolewi, Okolewi, Tema Ekantuba, Hayo Kolewi, Tema Ekantuba, Hayo Kolewi, Okolewi, Tema Ekantuba, Hayo Kolewi, Okolewi, na yo kolewi, Tema Ekantuba, Hayo Kolewi, Kolewi, na yo kolewi, Tema Ekantuba, Hayo Kolewi, Kolewi, Tema Ekantuba, Hayo Kolewi, Tema Ekantuba, Hello. One more. We're here celebrating National Native American Heritage Month. Is the month of November. So we encourage you to learn about Native American people during this month, your neighbors, the students that are here, and to honor a rich tradition that has set the path for this school district to even be named in the schools where we're on. So honor all Native Americans throughout this month. Emelo, ya emelo, emahayela, emelo, ya emelo, emahayela, emelo, ya emelo, emahayela, emelo, ya emelo, emahayela, emelo, ya emelo, ya emelo, ya emelo, emahaye, ha, emelo, ya emelo, ya emelo, ya emelo, emahaye, ha, emelo, ya emelo, emahaye, emelo, ya emelo, emahaye, emelo, ya emelo, emahayela, emelo, ya emelo, emahayela, emelo, ya emelo, ya emelo, ya emelo, emahayela, emelo, ya emelo, ya emelo, ya emelo, emahayela, 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 emelo, ya emelo, ya emelo, ya emelo, emahayela, emelo, ya emelo, ya emelo, ya emelo, emahayela. Thank you. Hey, it's fun, Dan. Good to see you, brother. Hey, what's up? Good job. Good to see you. Hey, so good to see you.
Thank you once again, Mr. Ramos, James Jr., Trevor, and Tom Tom, for sharing this rich culture with us in recognition of Native American Heritage Month. It's truly been an honor to have you with us this evening. Board Superintendent, Cabinet, please return to your seats.
Let's give them one more round of applause, please.
Thank you, audience, for your time and attention. At this time, I'd like to turn the floor back over to Board President, Mr. Tillman. Thank you.
Thank you. Very beautiful presentation. 2.3, resolution and recognition of Special Education Day. I'd like to ask Ms. Grande to read that for us.
I would love to, thank you. Whereas on December 2nd, 1975, the All Handicapped Children Act was signed into law, which was renamed the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, in 1990. And whereas December 2nd is annually recognized as National Special Education Day in honor of this important piece of educational legislation. And whereas the California Department of Education reports that more than 850,000 individuals, ages newborn through 22 years, were provided with special education services in the state of California in the 2023-24 school year alone. And whereas the district's special education department is dedicated to providing a range of educational and social services to students between birth and age 21 in an environment that allows them to be educated effectively regardless of their needs. Therefore, be it resolved, the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District recognizes December 2nd, 2024 as National Special Education Day and encourages all district schools to take time to educate all school staff members on the importance of providing a quality education to all students.
So moved.
Again.
Moved by Ms. Medina, second by Mr. Biles. Vote, please. Ms. Albanese,
Aye.
Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
and Ms. Ochoa.
Aye.
Motion carried. Section 3, public comments. 3.1, receive public comments. This is the only time the public will have an opportunity to address the board on items not on the agenda and within their subject matter jurisdiction, such as district policies, procedures, programs, services, and fiscal matters. Public comments are limited to 5 minutes per person. 6 or more people who wish to speak on one topic will be provided no more than 30 minutes total. Speakers are cautioned that under California law, no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory statements regarding any person simply because these comments are made at a public meeting. Our first public comment comes from Victor Ward. Push that button in front of you until it turns green. No, on the, there you go. Thank you.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent, members of the community. My name is Victor Ward. My company is called Competes EDU, and I'm here to talk about Proposition 28. As you know, that proposition passed in 2022, and it guarantees 1% of a school's budget to go to the expansion of the arts program. As you also probably know, in 2019, the California Department of Education expanded their 4 core arts from music, dance, visual arts, and theatrical arts to include something called media arts. The definition of media arts from the California Arts Education Framework is, media arts is a dynamic, evolving discipline that integrates creativity, technology, and critical analysis, equipping students with the skills they will need to thrive in today's and tomorrow's media-saturated world. I want to address 2 fairly recent things that have happened. About a month, maybe a month and a half ago, the governor signed into law a ban on cell phones. And I get it, I used to be in the classroom. When I taught, we just had dumb phones. We didn't have a smartphone, and you didn't want a dumb phone in the class either. But while I understand where his heart was, I think it may have been a little bit misplaced. And if you think about what happened last week, we had an election. And all the strategists say that the Democrat strategy was going around, knocking on doors, handing out brochures. The Republican strategy was to have Donald Trump go on X platform, TikTok, his Truth Social, 24/7 marketing. That's what this device provides. Now, the governor's ban looks at this device as a toy, and you never want to have a toy invade the educational environment. The discipline of media arts looks at this as a tool. This is the greatest educational tool we have ever seen. That doesn't mean that we don't need educators. You absolutely need educators, and your educators have to be fantastic. But you have to learn how to use this device as a 24/7 educational tool. And that's what my company does. We are a media arts company. I like to say we are the perfect blend of 3 things: TikTok, American Idol, and Juilliard. TikTok because we are a media arts platform. American Idol because we are a competition. That's where you get the word competes. It's a fun, engaging tournament. And Juilliard because we bring education to the arts and arts to education. Obviously, there's a long distance between now and any type of contract that will be signed, but I wanted to come introduce myself and at least place a name with the face, a face with the company, and maybe afterwards meet with the superintendent just to see whom I need to follow up with in the future. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Tammy Martinez.
Good evening. It feels like it's been a while since I've been here. I am Tammy Martinez, one of the directors of SOAR Charter Academy. And it is just that time of year again to invite you to our annual Christmas play. It is a full length, runs about 2 hours. It involves nearly all 467 students in some form or capacity. There's about 35 to 40 speaking parts, grades TK, all the way to 8th grade, and then the rest of the students participate through chorus or dancing throughout the play. We did have some trouble scheduling this year. We had been at Sturgis for a while. They are now under construction, so we were at Indian Springs, but we kind of dropped the ball this year and didn't book in time, so they booked our dates. So we did find a theater at Fontana High School and would still appreciate anybody who'd like to come. We have a new play this year called Detective Red and the Christmas Mystery, and we would love for any board members and their families to join us. So I have invitations. that we'd love to see you there. Have a great night.
Thank you very much.
You are welcome.
Blanca Lopez.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Hello, good evening.
A todos los representantes del board.
Good evening, everybody, board members.
Vengo a hacer una petición.
I come asking for a petition.
La petición es que por favor observen más a los maestros cuando se va a empezar el año escolar.
My petition is that you absorb more the teachers when the school year starts.
Ya que yo tengo dos estudiantes con parte que integran educación especial,
I have 2 students in special education,
en el cual el asiento para el estudiante con la silla
where one of them has his desk and his chair.
no ayuda al estudiante cuando el maestro da la instrucción.
The way it's set up, it doesn't help the student when the teacher is giving an instruction, a lesson.
Eso lo observé cuando fue la open house.
I saw this during open house.
Pedí ayuda con la principal de Richardson
I asked the Richardson principal for help.
y dijeron que como no estaba en el IP, no era necesario que los maestros estaban obligados a ayudar al estudiante.
So being that this wasn't an accommodation on their IEP, that the teachers weren't obliged to have to do this.
Me es frustrante porque ¿dónde está el punto de humanidad?
It's quite frustrating because where is the humanity in that?
Tiene que estar en el IP cuando es un documento legal para que los maestros actúen basado al estudiante que tiene una necesidad.
Does it really have to be an accommodation or a service on an IEP for the teachers to accommodate a student?
Basado a esas frustraciones, mi hija se agredió su persona.
And due to this, my child started self-harming because they were,
La escuela me refirió a este lugar.
the student was stressed and the school referred me to this place here.
La evaluaron y en la respuesta del evaluador dice que la estudiante se siente frustrada y que no encontró el modo de cómo sacar la solución.
So it says here, well, the evaluator said in his notes that the student is so frustrated that because in her classes, because of her grades, that this is why she's self-harming.
Mi punto es de que mi estudiante está pasando esto. ¿Cuántos más estudiantes pueden pasar esto?
So
Solo por unas...
So if my student's going through this, then how many more students are potentially going through the same situation?
El punto aquí, yo soy comunidad y ustedes son parte de mi comunidad.
So the point here is I'm a member of the community, and so are you.
Es por eso que recurro a ustedes y cada vez que tengo un problema siempre recurro a ustedes.
Which is why every time I have a concern or a problem, I come here
Porque-
asking for your help.
Porque en la escuela se quiere manejar esto en la escuela y la escuela a veces se queda ahí.
So I tried going to the school first, but sometimes a lot of these things just stay there and nothing ever happens.
Y es importante que ustedes, parte de miembro, sepan los detalles, pero esto no es como un complaint, esto es para una solución.
So it's important that you are aware as members about this. This isn't just a complaint. I just want you to make you aware of what's going on.
Para tener una solución, no tanto para mi estudiante, sino para todos los estudiantes que tengan un IP.
So not just to find a solution, not just for my student, but for all students. especially those that have an IEP.
Muchas gracias por su tiempo y pido una junta para usted, superintendente, para explicarle más a detalle mi problema.
So thank you for all your time, and I request a meeting with the superintendent to talk a little bit more about the situation.
Muchas gracias a todos, cada uno.
Thank you to all.
I have a question. So what grade is your student in? What grade?
7 grado.
7th.
7th grade and Richardson.
Right, and you said that you had a concern about the seating. Is it in one class or all the classes?
En la clase de historia, ella estaba sentada, digamos, esta parte así. La instrucción estaba acá y ella estaba sentada así de espalda. Para agarrar la instrucción tenía que sacar su silla y voltear al instructor.
So for example, her history class, which is where I originally saw this, the instructor is on one side of the room and my student is facing a different way. So in order for her to face this instructor, she would have to move her seat around.
En la clase de inglés estaba muy cerca al screen. El screen de instrucción tiene mucha luz como una computadora y lastima los ojos.
So for example, in English class, she was too close to the screen where the teacher gives the lessons, and the screen obviously that's too close to her eyesight.
En la otra clase, no recuerdo cuál clase, la posición para el estudiante mirar al pizarrón, batalla para voltear así. No sé cuánto tiempo sean las instrucciones, pero a veces el cuello está varios tiempo así.
At another classroom, I don't recall which one it was, but my student was facing in a way where she constantly had to move her neck, her head towards the side. And, I don't know how long the teacher might be speaking to her or giving a lesson. And that's too long for any student or any of us to have to be facing a certain way, cranking our necks.
Es frustrante porque tenía que pedir un amendment para agregarlo en una IP para que el maestro lo tenga que hacer. Ya no va a ser opción, sino lo tiene que hacer. Es frustrante. ¿Dónde está lo humanitario?
So it's quite frustrating because I was told that it has to be part of the IEP. I had to ask for an amendment in order to have it as part of the services and accommodations for her to be able to sit a different way.
Thank you very much. One more question from Ms. Ceballos.
Actually, it's just a comment. So thank you so much for coming out and bringing this to our attention.
Muchas gracias a todos y ojalá todos somos comunidad y esto es para solución, no complaint, por favor.
And I just want to note, though, that for something as simple as that, it's not required to be on an IEP. An accommodation that simple should be accommodated in the classroom if the student needs it. So I just hope that we're not giving parents, additional obstacles to be able to support their students, because that's what it's sounding like to me. So I just hope that when it's simple accommodations like that, that we do let the school sites and the teachers know that they are possible outside of an IEP, that it doesn't have to be an amendment necessarily.
Yes, and I like the work for all schools and for these students in specific.
Thank you, and we'll have the superintendent contact you. Thank you very much.
God bless you.
Nikki Blackburn.
Good evening, board. Good evening, Mr. Tillman, board president, and Superintendent Arellano, and cabinet members. My name is Nikki Blackburn, and I work for the district proudly. I love working here, and I support our students who are visually impaired or blind. And I'm one of 3 teachers for the visually impaired. We currently have 2 openings. One was recently filled, and she's doing her background checks and getting her emergency credential. And then we also thankfully have some contract employees who are helping us during this time. I'm here to say that when we have the new building that's opening up, I know that a number of Departments will be moving around, and I'm hoping that as board members and cabinet members, you guys can keep in mind the very small department of the visually impaired and blind. We have a lot of stuff because we support kids who are infants. Last year I had a 4-month-old who was born with bilateral anophthalmia, so he couldn't see anything. And we also serve students all the way to age 22. In that age range, we also serve students who have low vision, students who are totally blind, students who are losing their vision. So we have the responsibility of providing access to the curricula that's being taught. We also have the responsibility of teaching them skills that they may need if they were to lose their vision. So our stuff is not cute when it's on the shelf. It doesn't look pretty. It's often in cardboard boxes. It's often very expensive. And sometimes it works for a student for a little while, and then it needs to be traded out for something different if their vision changes or the circumstances of the classroom change. So there's just a lot of items and a lot of big items. Large print is big. The devices are big. And because we don't have one dedicated space that's off of a school site to house all these items, I have these things going home with me. This is about a quarter of what's currently in my car outside. I drive around San Bernardino. I'm always worried I'm going to come back to my car and it's going to have been broken into. At night, I have to have my husband and I do this whole car switch around thing because I have to park my car behind our gates. And it's just an added level of stress and concern that I take home with me every day. And when we're employing a new person in our district as a district employee, not that we should be providing this also for our contract employee, but our new district employee, it's the first time she's ever been a teacher for the visually impaired. She comes to us with valuable experience, having been a mild to moderate classroom teacher for an SDC. So I feel very grateful that she wants to come and work for us. She's going to be commuting from out of town, and I just don't want to welcome her and then say, we don't actually have a space for you to work, and we don't actually have a space that's predictable for us to find our items. And we have recently been given the directive to create an inventory, so at least we now know which items are at which location. But our items are spread across 4 different locations in the district, 2 of which are on a comprehensive campus, comprehensive high school, comprehensive middle school. So at the end of our workday, when we're trying to put things away, 1,000 kids are being released from school. So we're sort of swimming upstream with all this stuff, and this might not be the only thing. So we might be parked in the neighborhood and then putting all these things on a cart and then taking them up only to be faced with all these kids that are coming out of school. So I just ask you in the upcoming moves that are happening with different departments going into the new building and maybe some space being freed up here and there, if you guys could remember us as a very small but very space needy department, that you could perhaps assign us a space that's off of a school site with parking nearby and somewhere where no one will judge us for our plethora of items that we have.
We'll find you space. I guarantee you that.
Thank you
I'll talk
so
to the
much.
superintendent. We'll get you space, okay?
Thank you so much.
No doubt about it.
Thank
And if
you.
we don't, make sure you come back and see us, but I can commit to
Okay.
that. Ms. Grande.
Yes, Nikki, thank you. Very proud of you to come forward like this. I know
Thank
it's
you.
not easy. I know you're a very gentle, quiet-spoken person, so showed a lot of courage.
Thank you.
And I just have a question. Now, you say that a lot of this equipment is expensive and you have it in your car and all that. So would you say that you need a space where your items can be locked?
It would be nice if it could be locked, or and that we had the key. Like right now, we do have some space that's at a school site that doesn't have a lot of parents coming and going, so it's not as congested, and we can even drive in and park all the way next to the building. It's 3 or maybe 4 cupboards, and it's shared with a couple of other people and purposes, and we need a key to open the gate, so we have to bother the custodian, which I always feel bad because they're so busy.
Right.
And then the door, we don't have a key to that classroom either. So often it's open, but if it's not open, then we have to bother the school secretary to come and open the door. So I
Right.
feel like if that space could work if it weren't shared and if we had the keys to make it accessible to come and go and pick up and drop off the items that we need.
And do you keep any of your supplies and equipment at home? Is it a common occurrence to keep it
Well,
at
I
home?
actually bought another car just for work because I can't, in the morning, my car is so full with school items, I can't drop my kids off at school and then keep going to work. I have to drop my kids off at school and then circle back to my house and pick up the car, switch cars and take the other car to work. And I don't think we can be asking that of our new person who's coming on board.
Thank you for coming. We'll get you space.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
listening.
Brings us to section 4, public hearing. 4.1, charter renewal petition for Public Safety Academy. On September the 16th, 2024, Ms. Jennifer Stickle, lead petitioner for the Public Service Academy of San Bernardino, submitted a charter renewal petition to the Charter School Operations Department. A public hearing will be held to consider the level of support for the charter petition. It is appropriate at this time to conduct a public hearing. I open the public hearing at this time.
Good evening, President Tillman, Vice President Ceballos, Board, and Cabinet. My name is Ernestine Hopwood, and as you know, I'm the director of our charter schools here in San Bernardino. We do have 12 charters, and as some of you may know, and I would like to advise you that this is the first of our 12 charters that are going to start the renewal process after a 3-year freeze. So COVID froze renewals for 3 years, and today we have with us Public Safety Academy. They have turned in their charter petition on September 16th. Today we will hold their public hearing. The district staff will analyze their renewal petition and provide you with the staff report 15 days prior to the vote, which is to happen in December. Also, an additional criteria for renewal that happened post AB 1505, which is our most recent legislation, is that charters have to be approved by number of years according to their performance on academic measures. Public Safety Academy is currently at a medium level, which would qualify them for 5 years of renewal if the board so chooses to renew their charter. Sorry, my paper's stuck. Okay. All right. However, the board may deny a middle performing charter school for various reasons, such as if they fail to meet sufficient progress towards meeting standards that provide a benefit to the students at the school, or that you decide that closure is in the best interest of the students. The decision to deny provides greater weight to performance on academic measures. So those are some of the ways that the board can decide to deny the charter. We will have, like I said, more information for you 15 days before December 17th, which is the date that the vote will happen for this board. And now I'd like to introduce the principal of the school, Jennifer Stickel.
I just want to just clarify, we're going to go to the regular public comments, so you get 5 minutes and a total of 30 minutes, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Jennifer Stickel, and I'm the principal at Public Safety Academy of San Bernardino. I have worked for PSA since 2009, and I am so proud of how much we have grown and improved over the past 15 years that I have been part of the academy. For those who are unfamiliar with PSA, our charter's focus is on public safety service careers such as law enforcement, firefighting, emergency medical response, and military. We offer numerous courses and electives with these career focuses. PSA serves students in the local and surrounding areas, grades 6 through 12. Our goal is to grow our own public safety professionals so they may give back to our community. Since we began officially tracking in 2014, we have had 17 graduates hired by law enforcement agencies to include San Bernardino PD, San Bernardino Sheriff's, Riverside Police Department, Redlands Police Department, LAPD, and the California Highway Patrol. We also have numerous graduates who have begun careers with fire departments, emergency medical agencies, and all branches of the United States military. Aside from the public safety aspect, cadets at PSA are provided with A to G coursework, and we have a strong college-going culture. At least 60% of our cadets enroll in college after graduation, and the other 40% begin careers and/or join the military. We are also very proud to have a 100% graduation rate. What makes me most proud, however, is that our cadets feel at home at PSA. We love and care about our cadets, and they know we are there for them, whether it be regarding academics, social emotional needs, or anything else. Our cadets feel safe and welcome at PSA. Our teachers and staff have big hearts, a love for education, and are devoted to our cadets' success in school and in life. I could go on all evening about my own happiness as an administrator for our academy, but I think it's best that you hear from our educational partners. So without further ado, I will turn it over to our school community members to share their experiences with Public Safety Academy, starting with some of our cadets. Thank you so much for having us.
My name is Noah Navarrete, and this is my speech. I have been at PSA for about 3 years now, and I can say the school structure is very good considering its position. And these teachers are actually care about one's education instead of just trying to get by the day. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Justad Tiffany Love, and this is my first year at Public Safety Academy. This year so far has been so fantastic. I love this school. The people here love me. They are nice and very communicative. The staff is very trustworthiness and respectful. They show us how to be responsible. It is also a good school for people who want to join the military or become a police officer. You could also go to the school if you want to be a firefighter, help with the paramedics. And the mission of Public Safety Academy is to develop the cadet towards a career in public safety through progress of rigorous academics, realist hands-on training, altitude, development, fitness, improvement, and strict discipline, and a free public charter school educating grade through 6 through 12. Also, as I must conclude with my speech, as I must say, I'm a Public Safety Academy cadet. I strive to achieve academic excellence. I exemplify high moral character. I work diligently to prepare myself for the future, and I know my success in school and life is dependent on my own efforts.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Frenesy Delgado Bueno, and I am in 6th grade. Ever since I've gotten into the school, it has been fantastic. The school is very interesting and it teaches you so much. It's a perfect school for those who want to be a firefighter, policeman, or the people in the military. This school is a very good choice for your child if you have one, if they plan to have a job like the ones I've listed. This school has a lot of discipline and education. The school is also very safe and helps the cadets to be better in life and help the world to be safe.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alyssa Sanchez, and this is my first year coming here. Both my sister and my brother came here not too long ago. From what they told me, they liked it here. With now my sister in the Air Force and my brother a mechanic. My time here has been good for the most part, but it can always improve in many ways, as well as having many opportunities. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maria Machuca Ramirez. I am 15 and I've been in this school for 2 years now. I'm a sophomore at Public Safety Academy Cadet. Public Safety Academy Cadet academy is a unique school for many reasons. One of the reasons PSA is a very unique school is because they show us how to have dignity and discipline in our body and ourselves. They also show us how to be a better person for our community and in this school. We have a lot of courses and
Can I
opportunities.
get you to go a little closer to the microphone?
Oh, sorry. We have
Thank you.
many opportunities and many courses. Many other schools don't offer. We get to do military stuff. We get dressed with the uniform of pride. This school has a lot of support, and they help the students that get their mindsets to be more mature. In this school, they offer tutors and they help people that need help with their work. We get first-hand experience from many teachers in this school who teach us all these stuff about military and police that have been in professional fields. This school is like a community where we all help each other and support each other to make this school a better place for us. We get to learn new things in this school and experience new things and get to do stuff we never thought we would do. Tucci disciplines us and by correcting us or punishing us when we do bad things or decide to make bad decisions. This school shows us how to walk in a classroom correctly, how to respect or talk to older people, how to make people feel welcome and supported, help us see how real life will be after, and help us to figure out what we want or what we want to do in our future. And we have benefits many others really don't. So thanks to this school, I will have a mature mindset and stick to something in my life and focus on only one thing. I will leave this school knowing I had an amazing experience and knowing new things about life and new people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nathan Cueva. I'm a cadet at Public Safety Academy. I have been at Public Safety Academy for 3 years. I have been there since 9th grade. From the time I have been at Public Safety Academy, I have learned a lot from being a cadet/student. I learned discipline, teamwork, and life skills. From being a student there, they offer better opportunities that open new doors to explore the world. We are able to do fun field trips. We are a small school, so a lot of kids that attend Public Safety Academy get a lot of help from teachers and tutors. Thanks to the amazing staff, they are able to open new doors for us and give us great opportunities for us to succeed later on in life and become something of ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Madison Valerio. I'm a sophomore at PSA. I've been at PSA since 6th grade. Our school is known for its discipline. The staff and teachers are supportive and caring, always guiding us towards success. Our school is based on the principles of military, police, and fire services, which have a strong sense of duty and responsibility in all of us. I have taken several college credits and I've been involved in the police department Explorer program. I'm involved in several sports and events in my school. I believe these experiences are preparing me for my future in public service. I look forward to applying the pillars of success, which are emphasized at PSA in my life. These pillars are trustworthiness, respect, responsibility, fairness, caring, and finally, citizenship. I'm proud to call myself a Public Safety Academy cadet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Dominic Rodriguez. I am a cadet here at Public Safety Academy, and I'm also the Academy Chief. I came here tonight because I would like to address you as to why I'm here to support my school. I started off at PSA as a 6th grade cadet and am now in 11th grade. Since joining PSA, I have seen 2 experiences, the universal experience and my personal experience. The universal experience at PSA is that we start off our day every day with formation, as we are a paramilitary style school. So we all get formed up, dressed up. We all wear uniforms. We are all to attend to our uniforms, make sure they're all looking nice. Because everywhere we go in life, we're all going to have a uniform, and we all need to make sure it looks good. At formation, we honor our country by saluting the flag, as we are one of the greatest nations in the world, and we make sure that we cherish that and honor those that served our great nation. Once formation is done, we head off to class and get the education that everyone needs. But not only do we get the normal education that everyone needs, we also have electives that focus on possible career paths in public safety and also college electives. So not only are we getting high school grades, we're also getting ahead with college and possible career fields. My personal experience here at PSA is that since attending here at 6th grade, I have become a student leader and an honor guard. Honor guard is the role that we take to honor our country by raising the flag every morning and making sure that we practice drill. As a student leader, I've been entrusted to be the academy chief this year to not only lead my own cadets, but also other leaders so they can lead their fellow colleagues and cadets. With the education, I am currently enrolled in a fire class that will hopefully help me achieve my dream career of being a firefighter. With your support, you can help us continue our mission of educating tomorrow's protectors, so I ask that you please renew our charter. Thank you. Hoorah.
Thank you.
Those cadets are a tough act to follow, but I'll give it a go here. Good evening, board members and other members here on the dais. And it's nice seeing Board President Danny Tillman here. Hope you're enjoying your retirement. Good. My name is Dan Harp, and my connection to PSA is I'm one of 9 trustees on their board of directors. I've been on their board for approximately the last 5 years, so I've had a pretty good view, albeit from a high level, how the operations work there at the Public Safety Academy. In my 5 years, what I've observed that is the Public Safety Academy advocates and incorporates change and innovation to continually move forward in accomplishing the purposes and goals as stated in their mission statement. They don't sit back and rest on their laurels. They're always moving forward, adapting to the changing environment. Of course, probably the biggest event in our lives is COVID. Everybody in the field of education had to do a major pivot on that situation. I will be citing some examples of changes and innovation that PSA has implemented over the years that I believe demonstrates PSA does not, as I mentioned, sit back on its laurels and stagnates. Just recently, PSA has just added a new athletic field to their facility. It includes a track, softball / baseball practice field with batting cages, soccer, and a football practice field. Before this, they had to go to another facility, bus the cadets, drive them there to practice. Now they can do this on site, which is just very convenient for the staff and for the cadets. And as we all know, we think it's true, I think at PSA, cadets who are involved in sports are motivated to maintain good grades and good behavior, good attributes to have in students or cadets. PSA has also added additional career technical education and college courses each year, having started with several years ago, offering over 10 college and career technical education classes where students may earn up to an associate's degree upon high school. And one of the cadets just mentioned she had accrued some community college credits, so that'd be a cool deal. Graduate with a high school diploma and an AA degree. That would be a way to have my illustrious academic career. PSA has also expanded career technical education practical problems. That includes a day of hands-on learning with local police, fire, and emergency medical agencies on campus annually to work with the cadets on a full day of field work. And this is where they actually have hands-on, although in a practice situation, dealing with situations of weaponless defense, arresting mock suspects, putting out mock car fires with real fire hoses, and loading mock victims onto ambulances. You see the clock is ticking here. So they're getting some as close to a hands-on experience as they can in an educational environment. PSA has grown its academic tutoring program from 1 to 2 college students coming to the school part-time to help after school to now a staff of 14 tutors who work shifts throughout the school day, or they're in the classroom to assist students with classwork. Tutors also stay after school to assist with homework. I'll wrap this up here, but again, this is my perspective from a lofty perch. It's kind of similar to the Board of Education here. But in closing, I'll say when PSA opened its doors in 1999, the school had 12 cadets. Today we have 400 cadets, grades 6 through 12. Obviously, they're learning the academic side here, science, technology, education, and math. But they're also learning respect, discipline, perseverance, and what it means to be a good citizen, and how to make a positive impact on our community. And those are attributes that will carry them very far in whatever career they aspire to. Thank you very much for your attention in my 5 minutes. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. Good seeing you.
Any questions for me?
No questions.
All right. Well, thank you very much for having us, and we have some gifts for you. I'll bring them up.
I just want to commend all the students. You all did a great job in your presentations. I'm really proud of all of you. Great job.
Thank you. And in closing, I'd like to say that since Public Safety Academy has submitted their renewal petition, they have been working cooperatively with the district, consistent with our longstanding partnership. The district has noted some areas in the petition that need clarification and supplemental information, but like I said, we are working collaboratively to get that information updated. And as you know, every year you get an annual report with 3 years worth of data, so nothing should be too surprising for you as a board. In addition, it's not just me reviewing the petition. We do have several members from our district that use a very rigorous rubric that's provided by our attorneys at AALRR, and they review the different sections according to their expertise. Again, we are not voting tonight. Tonight was the public hearing, but there will be a vote on December 17th of 2024, which is next month. I do have with us today Suki Alawala, if you have any questions for our legal counsel.
Thank you. We have one more public comment.
Thank you for the bag.
The comment is from Camille Phillips.
Good evening, board members. Excuse my scatteredness. I've been up since midnight, serving you all in your Amazon orders. As you can tell, I work for Amazon. Keep this short and sweet, and if I skip some, I'm sorry. So we move very quickly. I want to first start off and say that I am very grateful for having PSA in our district. It has been a silver lining in a cloud that was so dark for my family during COVID. I had lost all hope in the district and the schools, and I myself went through my education career here. So they've been, like I said, unique. And I've been very happy with the outcome of my cadet and how he has developed. However, just like every business, there is an area for opportunity. Working logistics, that is my biggest thing at work, is safety. Safety is number one at Amazon. And PSA is constantly growing. So something to consider is maybe a bigger campus or a safer location. It is centered in the heart of the logistics of San Bernardino. It is right next to the airport. My son's school is literally 2 miles from the front steps of my warehouse, walking distance around the corner. The time that the schools get out is distribution time for the warehouses. So between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m., we are dispatching our loads. We are also receiving our loads. So that is the highest amount of traffic you're going to see on those streets around those cadets. That's one of my biggest concerns, because right behind the school is a trailer parking yard. So we share a driveway with that trailer yard. It is very well marked. However, in my training at Amazon, it's not safe. Also, I am concerned with the lack of control that the faculty used to have at the campus. And I say that because in the recent year, there has been a surplus of issues with drug paraphernalia and drug use on campus, both before, during, and after school. While the school has exercised measures to try and cut down on this, they fail to realize that the students are keeping everything on themselves. And that's where the problem lies, is the students, not their backpacks that they leave in the classroom, it's the student. So there are little areas of opportunity that a charter school needs to be held to the standard of a regular school. Some of those things. With 2 last things I want to point out. The sports. I am so grateful to finally see a sports complex on the campus. Prior to that, the baseball team was having to share a field with a little league right across the street from San G. So we were having to drive an extra 10 minutes to take our cadets to baseball practice. So that is amazing. However, I'm really disappointed with the level or the standard that the coaches are held to. Coaches and cadets are allowed to swear at practices. And I've brought this up to the faculty and it's fallen on deaf ears. So here I am voicing it to you, hoping that it is heard. I say that metaphorically because at work I'm around a lot of loud machines, so I have to talk really, really loud. My last thing, and it is by far the best thing that I have to say about Amazon, or not Amazon, PSA, and I feel everywhere, even Amazon and the district can learn from it, is their planning. Their school calendar is so dead on, like it blows me out of the water. I love to plan. So every year the district has a school calendar out, I have a planner for that year. I'm just that's just who I am. So for the school to take into consideration all of the surrounding districts and create one unified schedule that, like I said, it's amazing. And the reason why I point that out is because they're out of school before Memorial Day.
Time.
Amazing. So that, with that being said, I feel that that is their best thing, and there are a lot of areas of opportunity otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, I will close the public hearing. We will not vote tonight. That will come back at a later meeting. And we'll return to the regular agenda, which takes us to section 5. Oh, Mr. Husky had a comment.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tillman. I want to also thank the cadets and Ms. Stickle for the presentation tonight. I just wanted to say, because I probably will not be here at the December meeting, that I had the opportunity to meet Ms. Stickle a number of years ago when we first started our youth court. And they provided for us, she reached out to me when she heard about it to ask if some of her cadets could come and work youth court as volunteers. And in fact, one of those cadets that we got, gosh, that would have been 2015, 2016, has been working in youth services as an intern for us now. Now she's in college and on her path to success. But I just want to point out that Because of that, I've had some opportunities over the years to work with Public Safety Academy and with Ms. Stickle. And she's always been supportive of our students. Sometimes when I would have a student that would come into youth services that we felt needed, a different placement or a different opportunity, working with the parents and stuff like that, Ms. Stickle was always willing to work with us to provide what was best for our students and welcome them into their family if needed. So I just wanted to be able to say that and to say thank you to them because like I said, I know not all charters are created equal, but I've had a lot of really positive interactions with Ms. Stickle and with Public Safety Academy in terms of working with and for our students.
Thank you very much. Section 5, closed section.
President Tillman, 4.2.
Well, 4.2, thank you very much. Acceptance and adoption of the MOU, campus security officers between the San Bernardino Unified School District and the California School Employees Association, Chapter 183. Be it resolved, the Board of Education accepts and adopts the memorandum of understanding, campus security officers between the San Bernardino Unified School District and California School Employees Association, Chapter 183. Entertain a motion.
So moved.
And actually, we need to do a public hearing also. Let's do the public hearing. Are there any public comments?
There are none.
I'd like to close the public hearing. Be resolved, the Board of Education accepts and adopts the memorandum of understanding, campus security officers between the San Bernardino Unified School District and the California School Employees Association, Chapter 183. Motion, please.
I'll move.
Second.
Moved by Dr. White and second by Mr. Husky. Vote, please. Motion passed. Section 5, closed session. Closed session public comments. Are there any closed session public comments, Ms. Cunningham?
There are none.
We will go into closed session. Thank you. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Section 6, action reported from closed session. 6.1, expulsion of students. Be resolved, the Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation and findings of the hearing panel based on a review of the panel's finding of facts and recommendations, and orders the expulsion of the following students with identification numbers as listed below in accordance with the board rules and regulations and in compliance with Education Code Section 48900. Entertain a motion, please.
So move.
Moved by Dr. Wyatt. Can I get a second?
So moved.
Second by Ms. Medina. Vote, please. I'd like to welcome Board Member Medina's mother, Mary Garcia. Always good to see you. We see where Ms. Medina gets her beauty from. Six point two. Students recommended for suspension or expulsion, excluding mandatory offenses, but remanded to youth court and other means of correction. Be resolved, the Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation and findings of facts of positive youth development and orders the suspension or expulsion of the following students with identification numbers as listed below in accordance with the board rules and regulations and in compliance with Education Code Section 48900. Moved by Mr. Husky and seconded by Dr. Wyatt. Vote, please.
Mr. Husky?
Motion passed. 6.3, lift, readmit of expulsion of students. Be resolved, the Board of Education authorizes the readmission of the following students with identification numbers as indicated below to schools of the San Bernardino Unified School District in accordance with the board rules and regulations and in compliance with Education Code Section 48900.
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Alexander, second by Mrs. Ceballos. Vote, please. Motion passed. 6.4, petition to expunge, rescind, sealing of record, or modify youth court or expulsion. Be it resolved, the Board of Education authorizes the expulsion and/or youth court modification, expungement, or rescinding of the following students with identification numbers as indicated below to schools of the San Bernardino Unified School District in accordance with the board rules and regulations and in compliance with Education Code Section 48900. Motion, please.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Medina and second by Ms. Ceballos. Vote, please. Motion passed. Section 7, student board members, 7.1, reports and comments. We'll start with Mr. Albanese.
Good evening. My name is Patience Abanese, and I'm representing Middle College High School. I want to say thank you to all our college counselors and mentors for their help during our college registration this past week. Middle College High School is already preparing our students for their college finals with the upcoming event called Cocoa and Crams. This is where upperclassmen tutor underclassmen. Arroyo Valley has various seniors that are a part of the Young Legislators program, where they recently visited the University of Redlands. Indian Springs High School is preparing their seniors for their senior portraits. I also want to give a special thank you to Ms. Chahusky for all her help during the student board program. To conclude, I would like to wish my fellow students a great Thanksgiving break and good luck on their upcoming finals. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ochoa.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tatiana Eden Ochoa, a student board member representing Cajon High School, and I would like to first start by saying how grateful I am for the board for always supporting the academic teams in our district. Recently, both Cajon High School and Middle College have been doing wonderfully in both mock trial and speech and debate, representing us in the Citrus Belt speech region and the county of San Bernardino. So that would not be possible without the support of the board for our academic teams, which I very greatly appreciate so much. I would also like to say in the recent SLAC meeting for the Student Leadership Advisory Council for the district, it was very eventful, and not only did students learn hands-on lessons on toxic and healthy life relationships, but also we were hands-on with planting our own flowers, representing the growth of how we can grow as students, as well as how engaged we were on how we could be nutritious in our diets and how we care for ourselves, which is very important in the overall wellness of a student. I would also like to say that my thanks to the district for allowing all high school students to be able to work the polls in this upcoming election. I was able to as well. Not only were all these students paid, but it was very educational to learn not only how the voting process works, but to be civically engaged in how the election process works in our country, especially in a year like this. I would also like to say that recently, today, the instant admission program at Cal State San Bernardino happened, which brought together Arroyo, Middle College, Cajon, and Virtual Academy students, where we were on the spot given admission to Cal State San Bernardino, which is a wonderful place of education in San Bernardino. So I want to say thanks to that, because a lot of students were able to be admitted to their very first college, which during this college application season has been a lot for, I know, a lot of students. I would also like to say congratulations to the Gold Star Regiment Marching Band from Cajon, on receiving first place in Division 1A at the San Gregorio High School Field Tournament this past Saturday, which is very impressive, especially in that division. And I'd also like to say thanks for the board always making sure that their student board members feel comfortable with anything they're doing. As of recently, we had a bonding moment with them where we actually got to do an escape room with them, and we came out victorious, all of us. And I would like to say, my gratitude and thanks, especially to all the advisors that work so closely with us. And I would also like to say congratulations to just all of the students who are pushed through first quarter grades. I know that it's been a lot, especially with holidays, if you're seeing your college applications and all of these other very important aspects of education right now. And overall, thanks once again to the San Bernardino Unified School District for always allowing me to speak and allowing me to be heard with anything that is brought to my attention. So once again, I'm Tatiana Eden Ochoa representing Cajon High School, and I hope, this is the last time you'll see me until after Thanksgiving. So I want to give someone I'm grateful for, which is Ms. Chahusky, as always, really being so wonderful for the student board members, and she's always there for us. And I'm very thankful for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Chavez.
Good evening, committee members and board members. My name is Ana Victoria Chavez, and I am a senior attending San Bernardino High. Our San Bernardino High School fall sports teams have been having an outstanding season. To start, the boys cross country team won league this past week, and the girls cross country team scored second place. The girls tennis team secured second place in the league, with their captain, Brianna Roliga, finishing in first place, winning the preliminaries and advancing to CIF competition. Additionally, for the first time in 7 years, the boys water polo team won the league and is now competing in the CIF semifinals against Royal Valley High School today. I'm really hoping after this board meeting hearing that they won. And then many of our dual immersion students, including myself, met the criteria to be candidates for the Seal of Biliteracy and attended the awards assembly 2 weeks ago. Something's going on at San Gregorio High School. Their football team won their first CIF game and now are going on to their second game at Grand Terrence. Counselors are meeting with seniors to support them with college applications as well. On another note, us student board members will be attending the Youth to Youth conference this Friday, where we will be presenting on the importance of wellness and how we prioritize it within SBCUSD. Lastly, I would like to give my gratitude to board member Mickey Chesky for being an inspiring leader and her passion towards the student board member program. And I would like to give my thanks to everyone, and also I hope everyone has a good Thanksgiving break. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd also like to thank Mr. Husky for doing a wonderful job with this version of student board members. It has been absolutely amazing. Prior to this, there was one board member at a meeting at a time, and it was her vision and idea to increase the number of board members. And not only did she increase the number, but she increased the time that she spent to make this endeavor successful. So we can't thank you enough, Mr. Husky. Thank you very much.
I just want to say I'm so proud of you guys. Thank you that you guys are a highlight in the sunlight every day.
It brings us to Section 8, Administrative Reports and Presentations. Improving school environments through data analysis.
Thank you, President Tillman. We are extremely excited to be able to share with you some of the things that we're doing in student services, specifically looking at 2 of our departments who have been doing some wonderful things at our campuses. Today, we're going to be reviewing how we use data in order to create environments that are conducive for student learning to occur. Oftentimes we look at instructional programs, but we also need to make sure that our kids are in school, and when they're in school, they can learn. They're not learning at home necessarily unless they're in the virtual academy. But we want to make sure that you're aware of the great strides that we're making. So in this presentation, we're going to be talking to you about our wellness program and its measurables. We're going to be talking about implementation data and how we go about monitoring the data in regards to how we are monitoring these initiatives across all of our campuses. We are also going to provide you with information on student input through survey data, looking at the panorama survey that we give every year. And then we're also going to look at how all of these things that we're doing impact our KPIs, and looking at our suspension rates, our chronic absentee rates, expulsion rates, etc. And then we're going to be talking about our next steps. So with that, I'd like to introduce to the board our team representing PYD, Positive Youth Development, and SWIS, Student Wellness and Support Services. So we have our Director of SWIS, Colleen Williams, who was with us a couple of meetings ago talking about our PBIS awards. And we have Dr. Marlene Baikendova representing Positive Youth Development. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us. It's an opportunity for us to share the amazing work and the intertwined nature of the work between Positive Youth Development and Student Wellness and Support Services. So we're hoping to share a little bit that is new to you, but also excited about your learnings of what's already in place. So when we move through the idea of wellness, some of the components that we know to be true here in San Bernardino
are those supports and services that you don't have to convince us that need to be in place. However, there's a body of research that also backs those components. And so if you take a quick look here, we know that restorative practices increase that sense of connectedness between students and staff. It connects the community and it increases the idea of safety. It also can decrease our discipline incidents, and we get to hear some of that from Dr. Bikendova tonight, including those things like fighting theft and threats. And then within a systems framework, I'm taking you around the clock here. In the systems framework, we know that it will increase our school culture, that feeling of connectedness, the time on task in classrooms because there are less discipline issues to manage. It increases the student social emotional development. So you can see those various components of that systems framework, in addition to reducing things like office referrals and suspensions. Our positive interventions and supports, our PBIS, which we were here celebrating back in October, actually increases equity because you can look at the data to see if we're addressing the needs of each group of our students and each individual. That it decreases referrals and suspensions. So you can see all of this work is intertwined, from restorative practices to PBIS. And then the most recent research coming out of the medical field is around these positive childhood experiences, or PIECES. Those are things that actually mitigate ACEs, or adverse childhood experiences that come from that chronic trauma. So really what's coming out of that is if students have a safe and stable relationship and one healthy environment, they actually can mitigate some of those ACEs as adults to have lifelong physical and mental health success as well. So we're really excited about including that as we include our nurses into this work. So when we look at those climate and culture systems, that is that systems framework that we were just talking about. That is the PBIS. So how do we do things school-wide? How do we do it to support small groups of students? And then how do we support individuals? So what you're looking at here on the table is the supports and services that schools are accessing from the student wellness department. So we have tier 1 systems trainings. If schools are at that very initial level of how do we provide supports school-wide so that every student can flourish and every student knows what's expected of them as well. So you can see the number of schools that participated. It's a brand new training as of last year. So 36 schools participated last year, 25 this year. We have our proactive, instructive, effective classroom practices. You can see that's a brand new full day training as well. How we support actual teachers doing the work in the classroom. And tier 2 and tier 3, some of the questions that we get about individual student supports and how do we support schools to do that. So we do it in 2 different ways. We have a training series to walk schools through the process. How do we do interviews and classroom observations and form a functional behavioral assessment? And then how do we develop a behavior support plan or behavior intervention plan for that process? And we teach school teams to be able to do that with the support of their Swiss point of contact. But then we also, when schools aren't ready to do that themselves, we actually go out and do that support for them. So you can see those numbers as well. And then the last one that's there in blue is the number of schools that we were celebrating back in October. So 2 years ago, we brought you 35 schools getting that recognition from the state level for their PBIS implementation. Last year, we brought you 55, and this year we brought you 64. So we're getting so close to 100%. We're really excited about that work together. And then part of this climate and culture work is actually seeking information from our students. So we survey our students annually. The data that we're going to look at from the Panorama Student Survey is actually from February and March of last year. So we are in the process of doing supports for these data points and hoping to see the changes over time when we walk into February and March of this year as well. So we look at 4 categories of climate and culture. Just to take a quick look of 3 of them right now. We survey students on their knowledge and the fairness of the discipline, rules, and norms at their school. So how do they feel like the rules are applied at their campus? And what do we do to support that? So you can see our students that are in grades 3 through 5 are scoring 80% favorable. That means that they're saying, hey, things are really in place here. We really think that the rules are being applied equitably. And then at the secondary level, which secondary for Panorama is 6th through 12th grade, it's scoring at 75%. We also gave you the number of students that are participating in the survey there. So you can see 8,300 students roughly at elementary and 17,500 students at secondary. So it is a good sampling of our student population overall. And then our sense of safety, so how students perceive safety. And I think some of this work is definitely in the supports of routes to school that we have, the work that we're doing together, how safe their campuses feel to them as well. And then the to and from school we know is from door to door. So from when I leave my doorstep to when I come back to my home, how safe do I feel? You can see there is a little bit of spike longitudinally in that data. And that 1 year right there was that COVID year when they were at home learning virtually. So just an anomaly of a year for us. And then lastly, in the student survey information, we have the climate for support of academic learning. So do I, as a student, feel like my teachers ensure that I understand the content? Do I also know that the teachers are here to support me when I don't? And so you can see our elementary students are scoring at 74% favorable and then 75% for secondary as well. So really looking at all of the climate and culture systems exist so that we can create the baseline for the educational environment where students can academically perform in their classrooms once barriers are removed and equity is managed as well. I am going to hand it over to Dr. Vikendova, where she's going to share some additional information on these areas of safety and fairness.
Thank you, Colleen. In addition to really working on culture and climate, that definitely has an impact on our suspension rates, because kids who actually want to be at schools and feel safe and welcome there are less likely to engage in activities and behaviors that lead to suspension. The other half is us training administrators in how to respond with other means of correction, in particular in a restorative way. We want them using the restorative questions and all of the restorative practices that we're trying to teach. So we're going to give you just a summary snapshot of what our data is looking like so far this year. On this slide, you can see the 3-year end-of-year trends, and the last column here is just about how are we doing so far when we look at August through October of this year. And you can see the suspension rate and also days of suspension. And something I'll call out is from 2022-23 to the last school year, we reduced the number of days of suspension by 1,146, which was, something that we're excited about, but obviously want to push on that a whole lot more. Our goal for this year is a stretch goal. We hope to be under 4% by the end of the year, and so far we're looking in the right direction. This time last year, we were a little higher than 1.6, so we're trending in the right way, right direction. Okay, so this other, we just also wanted to show you, because we know the board does prefer to see this for elementary, middle, and high, kind of broken up, just so you can kind of see the differences between the grade levels. And again, it's the 3-year end of year data. And then the last column is August through October of 2024. And our next group just shows some of our major student groups that we have in our district, and we wanted to show you end of year data from last year and where we are so far again, August through October. And we also want to show you the same thing, the 3-year trend for expulsions and also the recommendations coming in. As you can see, after the year of distance learning, we did have a lot more challenges in terms of behavioral issues. Reestablishing cultures and climate was like starting over. And you can see that we are trending a lot further down now. Last year we ended with a lot less recommendations at 149. And so far this year we have 34 recommendations. So it looks like we hopefully, if all goes well and we continue with our interventions, we will end the year with a lot lower expulsions and recommendations as well. And I also just wanted to call out, we are always tracking our African American students. We want to make sure that we are starting to close that discipline gap as well in terms of our student data. This data chart on slide 15 shows our work in terms of the bullying and conflict intervention team. This in particular, you can see since we started having a bullying and conflict intervention team in our district in 2018-19, you can see how many cases have been referred to us over the years. And if you go to year 6, so last year as an example, we had 365 cases referred to us at the district level. That could be coming from a student who filled out the QR code. It might have been a student or a parent that called our office. Sometimes it's a school calling us for help because they don't have anybody equipped at their site yet. So that's how many cases get referred to us. And as you can see, once we do the assessment, which is called Interview with Care, and we determined, does this qualify for bullying, then we determine at that point which intervention does the student need. So the big thing you remember here is that we don't say, oh, it's not bullying, sorry, we're going to wash our hands of you and send you back to your school site. If a student is referred to us, that means there's something going on, whether it's bullying or conflict or something else. So the team does offer intervention regardless of why the student ended up, working with us and our team. The big work too, in terms of this team, has been to equip the sites. Now, we want sites to have experts like we have in PYD. And the purpose of that is if you have experts on your site, you don't have to wait for the district office. You don't have to schedule an appointment with us to come see you and come help with the student getting bullied or a student in conflict. If we can have experts like our team at the actual sites, then kids will get service so much quicker and get those restorative practices they need to end the conflict and to end bullying. So we want to make sure that we're doing that work. And this depiction here is just a sample of, at the end of the year, we said, well, we know that not all the cases coming to us for bullying, in fact, very few of them were. So what were we doing? So you can see here in this depiction, sometimes we were doing check-in, check-out. Sometimes we were helping the student with restorative mediation. Sometimes it was, they only wanted a screening and then maybe they moved away. So there was a whole lot of interventions that our team had to do at the different sites. So that's one of the things we are tracking amongst many in terms of the work. In addition, we started, I think it was 2 years ago now, or over a year ago, Restorative University. So this is where we have the teams come to us and we teach them the key restorative practices. In particular, we teach them, what is the concept, what does it mean to really be restorative? And then also we teach them the undercover anti-bullying teams and then restorative mediation for the conflicts. So far, since we started that Restorative University, we've had 153 participants. And if you go over to the right, you see this table here. What we just started doing was we said, hey, counselors, apply, and we will give you a certification level, depending on your expertise. So we're really trying to push them to say, hey, apply, you know how to do it. Make sure you apply so you can get credit for being an expert at your site. And so these are the different levels that we have. And so far we have a whole lot of novices out there. We were able to certify 3, you can see apprentice is the next level, and it goes all the way up to consultant 10th degree. We do have more people that qualify for these. They just haven't applied yet. So we're working on pushing that out there and getting them to apply so we can give out certifications and really award those school sites that have experts on site for students. And then, I think that's it. And now Colleen's going to tell you more about wellness.
I turned my mic on, that is. So coming off of that information about bullying and the interventions that are applied in positive youth development, taking a little step back and looking at social emotional learning in the classroom, that is something that we started coming out of COVID in our distance learning, is providing that curriculum in the classroom and supporting students and staff with their own social emotional learning. How I show up and how I'm aware of what I'm doing, as well as how I interact with others, is very much some of the awareness that I need to apply if in a bullying undercover team or in even the conflict mediations. So definitely taking a look there. Adding to our research bank here, we know that social emotional learning in the classroom increases all of these things that are listed. It's the sense of safety and support. Remember, we're going after that sense of safety, that sense of belonging are the key elements that we're trying to attack and target. It strengthens the relationships with teachers, between students and teachers, that sense of belonging and feeling included, or that inclusivity at school, that there's a place for me no matter which school I show up to. And then as we increase that sense of connectivity or that sense of belonging, it actually helps us increase that academic achievement, because students are striving with teachers they're connected to. And teachers are striving with students that they are connected to. And so that work between PYD and SWIS is essential to making sure that our teachers feel comfortable and equipped to doing that work across the tiers and across the levels as well. Awkwardly changing slides on two computers, so apologies. Some of the social emotional behavioral work that we're doing across the district, one of the things that we recognized is we had launched an SEL curriculum in district that first year back. For our kinder through 8th graders, it's second step, and for our high school students, it's School Connect. What we noticed was self-regulation of students in managing my emotions and behaviors, or the behaviors that also come from my emotions, tended to be a little bit of a challenge. So we did add another layer called zones of regulation that teaches this self-management, self-regulation, and then it helps support teachers know how to co-regulate. So how do I actually bring calm to students that are with me? And so we have lots of staff participating in that. We are launching an extra series in the spring for just our early elementary school teachers as well. So those kinder through 2nd grade teachers as a focus, ensuring that our teachers have dedicated time to build a sense of community in their classroom. We dedicate the first 2 weeks of the school year to do expectation setting, routines and procedures, but then also this community building and relationship building in the classroom. We have 3 different tier 2 or small group interventions. One is check in, check out that Marlene mentioned earlier. We do an emotion management for students who need to brush up on their social emotional awareness. And then our newest one is Trails to Wellness for students who are suffering from anxiety and depression at the middle school and actually elementary, 3rd grade, middle school and high school levels. And then our lovely heart mental health therapy team. So we have expanded that mental health therapy in district team that is part of SWIS, partly through some grant funding from the Department of Healthcare Services, but also partly through sort of associates being supervised by our clinical licensed staff as well. So right now the heart team covers 30 of our campuses. And then we have services from Victor Community through our Department of Behavioral Health at the county to provide services elsewhere. And then we have offshoots with Loma Linda to provide services at Sierra, San Andreas. They have 3 dedicated associates each to do work for the students specifically at those campuses as well. So we are sort of augmenting, and then we have another partnership coming online with the Resiliency Clinic at Loma Linda as well to provide services at one school as a pilot. So we're really trying to, our goal is to cover the district with heart services. So we're getting creative about how to do that. And then when we look at the students' survey results again, regarding their sense of belonging, this is the area that we want to grow the most. We know that students need to be connected. And we're doing fair when we're talking about sense of belonging at the elementary level and have some work to do at the middle and high school level. It is nationally recognized that there is a drop in sense of belonging for all of the districts across the nation. Most districts, I won't say all, across the nation that use the Panorama tool, that there is a drop right at 6th and 7th grade, that middle school kind of years. Being a former middle school teacher and administrator, I get it. It's a different kind of timeline for students, but that doesn't mean that they can't feel like they belong. And so there's work being done between both departments on making sure that students feel connected there, from restorative practices, from our GSA clubs for our LGBTQ students, and additional supports and services as well. Thank you. And then the last part of the Panorama survey, so we do those 4 categories for climate and culture, and they tell us about how they're experiencing school. The other part is how are they assessing their own SEL strengths. And so this one scored a little differently. It's on a 5-point scale. And so you can see the different categories. The students are scored on their social awareness, their self-efficacy, their growth mindset, their sense of hope. And we pulled that over from the Gallup survey. It's a pullover from the Gallup survey to make sure we were still tracking students' sense of hope, and then their self-management skills. So you can see how our scores rank for our 3rd through 5th grade students, so 3.74, and then our secondary students 3.54 out of a 5-point scale as well. And then we are going to look at how sense of belonging actually expresses itself in terms of attendance numbers as well.
Yes, so this slide shows you how we're doing so far this year from August or October for chronic absenteeism. Again, chronic absenteeism means that a student is missing 10% or more of the school year. So at 100 days, if a student is missing 10 days, they are chronically absent. If that same student gets to day 120 and they don't miss any more days, they drop off that list. So currently we're at 22.9% for K-8, and K-8 is the data that is shared with the state. So that number could go up or could go down depending at the end of the year how many we have left there. But we also want to show K-12 data there so you can see it where we're at. And if you remember before distance learning, we were at about almost 19%, 18 points, I think 8% if I recall correctly, around there. So now we're getting closer to pre-COVID numbers. And so now it's getting into the part where we have to really dig deep in those tier 2 and tier 3 interventions for attendance. But we definitely have improved, as you can see. And
can I ask a question?
Yeah.
In terms of students that have illness,
Yes, illnesses are still counted per the state. Those days are still counted into our chronically absent numbers. So even if you have a flu outbreak, you're going to have a bunch of students counting in your chronic absenteeism numbers if they go over 10%.
How about a parent that has a child that has an illness? How do we separate them?
Sure. So what we do is we make sure that we do not, like if there's a student with a critical illness with verified doctor's report, like we have students with very serious diseases or challenges, those students are flagged so that we're not calling them to SARB and SART
That's
meetings.
The question I have,
correct.
Yes.
Yeah, those ones will be waived, and we make sure not to call them in for.
So what do the parents have to do in order to make sure that happens?
They work with our specialists, and as long as we have a doctor's, an appropriate doctor's note, it can't be a doctor's note for like a flu. Obviously, that would just be a few days or whatever it took. But if you have a serious chronic illness, then those students are flagged in the system.
Like if a
so
student
that we're not.
has asthma, you don't know when it's going to flare up. So when they have it,
Yeah, we take those into account. So sometimes it just depends on how many doctor's notes they have or how severe the situation is. So each case is looked at separately, and the specialist will work with the parent if that is the case.
when you say specialist, what's the
Yeah.
position of the specialist?
We have attendance specialists.
Attendant specialist?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
And just to add to that, our school nurses work closely with the families and with PYD as well, looking at emergency care plans for students like that have these chronic kind of unmanaged health problems, whether it's asthma or diabetes or let's say, gosh, I don't know. That's kind of the two main ones that we have, but then we have these other serious illnesses. And so we have students that are on like 504 plans to get support there to make sure that the team knows what causes those flare-ups so that we can minimize or mitigate those things so students are more likely to come to school. And then our nurses can, with parent permission, work directly with that primary care physician to start talking about, hey, here's what we're seeing at school. Here's the patterns of the flare-ups so that we can try to get some proactive preventative supports for a student like asthma, right? So if they go on their prevention kind of maintenance so that they don't have to use their rescue inhalers so often, and then an emergency care plan in case a seizure happens, for a seizure student or an outbreak. So really trying to shore up all of those pieces. And sometimes our physicians don't always know what it looks like for an illness to show up at school.
Right.
And so we do have even a partnership with residents at Loma Linda, pediatric residents, where they come hang out with school nurses.
Right.
So they see when they write their medical orders, what does that look like at a school setting? So we really are doing that.
Yeah, because, I get the phone calls from the parents and they say, well, I keep getting these calls. I'm dealing with this issue of my child being sick and you guys are treating me like I'm a bad parent because the child's not going to school, but the child can't go to school because the child has this illness. So, and I think some of them may be just automated. If you miss a day, you get the phone call or email. But it really is something that we need to deal with because I could see the parent being frustrated that I'm being treated like a bad person because I have a child that's sick. So I think we got to be careful of that.
Yeah, I agree. And then the last case scenario or the worst case scenario is we do have a program called Home and Hospital. We have one for special education that the special education department manages, but we also have one for general education students. So if, say, a student is in leukemia treatment, they actually have a teacher that comes to the house and does instruction with them and for them. But that would be like the most restrictive environment. And so it doesn't make up. The hour of instruction doesn't make up for the 6 hours of instruction during the day. So we only use that when we absolutely have to, when there's really good reasons. And so we do that for high anxiety cases or, like I said, a leukemia case. So it can be a mental health or a physical health need as well.
Mr. Husky?
There are a lot of different ways that we can handle these attendance cases, and our attendance specialists are really good at it. We also have Hazel Health now at all our school sites that can help get the kids immediate access while they're on campus. Usually when that happens, the parent's not communicating well either with Positive Youth Development or the school, because there are a lot of ways. The district is held responsible for this chronic absenteeism. So we have to notify parents when students are absent. We don't know whether the parent knows or not until we've had the conversations with the parents. Sometimes they don't call right away. They'll call you or call one of us before they'll call the school site or Positive Youth Development. It's when we go out and do Operation Student Recovery, and if you haven't done it, board members, I really wish that you would take advantage of one of these so you could see the kinds of conversations we're having with parents as a district. We're not going out there knocking on doors to say, hey, your kid's chronically absent, you're going to get a ticket. That's not the conversation. The conversation is always like, what's going on and how can we help? Is it a housing issue? Is it a transportation issue? Is it, you don't have a way, the high school kid now has to get the little ones to school so they're late. What is it that's going on? So there's a lot of different layers to this.
Well, let me ask you a question. Because you mentioned the parents should call Positive Youth Development. Of course, there's no parent that's going to know there's a part of the district called Positive Youth Development. So who in who in the site, at the site is supposed to recommend this parent to call positive?
There are attendance clerks at the school sites. So if they've gotten a start letter from the school site, it would come from, they should contact the school and let them know that they've gotten that letter. If it's come from the specialist formerly known as the SARB gals, then they should, the number for positive youth development is on that letter or that contact. We don't leave anything, even when we go to the house and leave, hey, we were here. We always, leave the phone number for them to get a hold of us. Because what we're trying to do is help them mitigate whatever situation it is.
It's the job title of the employee they'll be interacting with.
And positive youth development, it's the attendance specialists.
Okay.
And at the school site, they should contact their attendance clerk.
Thank you.
And so they're there. They just have to have the conversation. And I think sometimes and I get it because when my daughter was sick, or I got a letter once. I had to go in there and you're feeling a little defensive, and so that's never a good way. So I would ask parents to go in with open conversation to see how we can help. And sometimes they're embarrassed. Sometimes they don't know what resources we have to help them. Maybe they haven't accessed medical insurance, or they're afraid, or whatever. We don't want our parents to be afraid. We want our parents to come to us so that we can help them. We want those children in the seats. Is it a short-term independent study contract? What is it? I mean, there's lots of different ways we can help these families, but we can't help them if they don't come.
Thank you, Mickey. You're hired. Just answered all the questions for me. That was spot on. Thank you. Okay, so we did, moving on with chronic absenteeism, we'll just show you a little bit more data here. So we're looking at the major student groups. And something I forgot to point out, we decreased our chronic absenteeism rate significantly over the last 2 years, and especially in comparison to local districts. So I was tracking almost every month, asking my buddies that do my job in other districts, like, how's it going? Where are you at? And we were always ahead of all of them. So I attribute that to, again, all the work that Swiss just talked about, everything that we've been doing, including FOMOs and all those other things that we'll talk about momentarily, but I won't give that away yet. Okay, so there a couple other things we do. There's so much different work that we do that influences these results as well. So I just wanted to give you a real short picture of things that we are tracking in terms of our data. We're not just tracking the KPIs. We also have to track, well, how many SARBs did we do? And how's this broken up through the clusters, and how many SARBs do we do for that score? Look at this school has, let's look at their data. Why is their data not as good? How many SARBs do they have? How many home visits have they had? So this is just a very small snapshot. There's SARBs were tracked on the top, what's this called, graph. The colorful graphs on the top, that's just a snapshot of some of the SARBs done for some of the clusters. And this data was pulled, I think, just within a couple of weeks of school. And then the bottom graph there shows home visits by school as well. And at that time, I believe, I can't even see the number right there on the side, 967 home visits were done because we started in the summer, actually, for home visits. So we track all kinds of data. You'll be getting updated reports within the weekly board reports. One of the other big things we're tracking now is we finally figured out how to track FOMO events. So FOMO are the fear of missing out events that we do. That we attribute that. That work was, I think, huge in really getting kids to want to be at school. So those events are now being tracked. We can show you in the future on our Insights platform that we have. It will be updated nightly. So when a school has an event that week, they go in, they put it into the Aries system. It will communicate directly with Insights, and we'll have an updated chart almost nightly to show how FOMO events are going across the district. So there's a whole lot of data that we are now tracking through Smart Sheets and also Insights. So just kind of wanted to give you a picture of that as well.
We have a question from Mrs. Alexander.
Thank you. In looking at this, I guess I missed it. What constitutes cluster 1 through cluster 8? What is that?
So the schools are divided into the 8 different clusters. So I would have to give you the list of school names. Like the West Side cluster is cluster number 7, and it includes a group of 8 schools on the West Side.
Okay.
So it's just how we're divided up.
Got it. And I guess my other question is, what are the factors? Like, what do you look at to go on a home visit? Like, what are those requirements or criteria?
So it just depends on where we're at during the school year. So in the summer, we did home visits of kids that were chronically absent the year before, and we're trying to like, hey, for this year, we want you're starting off with a fresh start. Here's the resources, and kind of met with those parents. We did that all summer long. Then sometimes the home visits are like at the beginning of the year, kids that were already starting to become chronically absent. My team jumped on it, and then some of them are, a month in. Now we're doing already kids that are chronically absent. So it just kind of depends on the time of the year. But there's a whole lot of reasons why we might be doing home visits from an attendance perspective.
The reason why I'm asking is because your numbers are really high for Arroyo. I believe it's Arroyo High School, and then Bing Wong is leading for elementary school. So I was just wondering.
Oh yeah, they probably those schools did proactive home visits over the summer alongside our team as well. Yeah,
right.
So they would have higher numbers typically for the proactive ones. Yes.
All right, our last little tidbit here about the supports and services that are happening to ensure that, yes, these KPIs are moving, but ultimately our students cared for. Have we removed the barriers that exist so that they can focus in the classroom on their academic success? And so that last component is, in the research, is that those wellness services, when those are provided in schools, it actually increases the students' sense of positivity around their school environment as well. So we know that we want to continue providing those services across the district, and we're going to take a look at some of those together. So this is a summary document. There's lots going on in terms of wellness, and so we just wanted to summarize it for you. We've got district staff doing supports, we've got community partners doing supports, and so here's a snapshot for you. You can see in the area of mental health, we have our classroom teachers are doing SEL instruction to support that very early development. We have counselors doing small group and individual SEL supports, like that emotion management group that we talked about earlier. And then counselors also support the therapy referrals, whether they're going to our internal heart team or they're going to Victor Community or Loma Linda. The counselor is the one who facilitates that process for students and families. Our therapists do group and individual therapy. They were just trained this past August in a program called Match from Harvard University, and just participated last week in play therapy for our little ones. And so they have been kind of cutting edge in terms of how they provide therapy to our students to garner the best success for our kids. And then we have health professionals in our district. Those qualifications are nurses, counselors, psychologists, social workers, mental health therapists. All of those folks are trained as suicide risk assessors, so that we can get students the crisis support and help that they need in the moment that they need it. In terms of mental health with our partnerships, we shared earlier that we do wraparound supports and family therapy and individual student therapy with therapists coming from Victor Community or Loma Linda University to the campus and providing that therapy on campus as well. So we've had much more success with therapy without our families having to worry about transportation and getting off work and getting students to their therapy sessions. If it's happening right there at campus, it's much more successful for us. And then in terms of the physical health, we have our amazing school nurses that provide support at each one of those tiers. We just highlighted some of that support, and we'll talk about them a little bit further as well. We have a very small team of licensed vocational nurses that actually provide support for medical procedures all day long, whether it's a G-tube feeding or a catheterization or an insulin shot. They're actually doing that kind of support to individual students on a daily basis. And sometimes it's a couple times a day even. And then we have health aides at each one of our campuses that support the work of our telehealth visits, and we're going to take a look at one of those in a second. I could have paid Mickey to talk about Hazel Health for us, so that's our telemedicine. It's right there on an iPad in the health office for student access as long as families consent. It's completely at no cost to our families. And then health aides also support students with medication distribution and then immunization clinic appointments as well. And then we have lots of partners in the physical health world. Chino Valley Medical Center, Dr. Shalakar does our sports physicals. That's a partnership between Student Wellness and EXL so that our students can make sure that they are cleared to participate in tryouts and sports. If families can't get them to a doctor, we do those clinics on Saturdays, and so families can come in and get that done. Some of you were our guests over the summer, so thank you for coming out and seeing that work. And then dental, we have 4 partners in dental. Every single school is covered by a provider. And so between the nurse being the liaison between the dental provider and the school administration, we book preventative services at each one of our school completely free to our families. All they need to do is sign a consent. And you can see the kinds of services there. And then our nurses do that work in terms of back and forth and consent, recruiting, et cetera. And then the vision and hearing process is sort of our newest process and the most exciting for us. Our nurses are mandated to do vision and hearing screenings for kinder, 2nd, 5th, 8th grade, and then 11th graders get hearing only. That's required by the state. What's exciting for us is we have 2 vision partners now that we book a clinic at that school after the nurse does the screening. So when the nurse does the vision screening, and about 30 to 40% of students fail vision screenings, which means that they cannot see the board, the technology, the books, whatever we're asking them to attend to, then the partner will come out to the school and do a clinic right there. All those kids that failed the vision screening get consents to attend that vision clinic, and they get to pick out their frames that day. They get an eye exam, and their glasses come back to the school free of charge to the family. So that's a brand new partnership as of spring of last year. And so we're going to talk about some of those numbers as well with you, just to spotlight those so you can see how vast these supports are. So with Hazel Health, that telemedicine program, every single campus has an iPad. It's no special technology. It's just an iPad at a medication cart. And so our health aides start a telehealth visit for a student that comes to the office. So if a student comes in with a stomach ache and came out of class, they're not focused in class because they have a stomach ache. As long as they have a consent turned in, then the health aide will initiate a visit, and the student will actually meet right there on an iPad with a doctor or a nurse practitioner, a provider of some kind, and go through the process with them. And then the cool part is that there's a medication cart locked right there on campus. And so that doctor that I saw on the iPad will issue a medical order for, say, Pepto-Bismol. And as long as it's part of the actual over-the-counter medications that my parent approved, then you can issue me the Pepto-Bismol. So you can see there in the numbers, we've been ramping up services across the district. Last year, we ended the school year with over 12,000 visits across the district, which is calculated at over 33,000 instructional hours saved, because 94% of the students actually go back to class instead of going home. So we're trying to make a dent on that chronic absenteeism as well over here on this side of the house. So far this year, you can see those numbers. We already have 4,000 visits, over 4,000 visits year to date, and already almost 12,000 instructional hours saved by students going back to class instead of being sent home. And beyond the instructional hours, it's also that time away from work for our families, if you consider that. If someone has to leave work to come pick up a student, oftentimes they're missing income coming into the household, so we're making a dent there as well. In terms of immunizations, we had a nearly 100% completion rate before the start of the school year. We do that in multiple ways. We do a campaign and a reminder and communication to families. And then we get nitty gritty and individually support every family by calling them and saying, hey, did you know that your student is going to 7th grade? They're going to need the Tdap shot. Let's get you an appointment at our clinic this Saturday. And so we have partnerships with the County Department of Public Health, and they help us do some of our evening clinics. If you were here on the first day of school, County was our partner in this room doing a vaccine clinic with us. And then Loma Linda SAC does Saturday clinics with us and does a huge support in that way. They've been an amazing partner. So we're really trying to ensure that there's no reason why students cannot be in their seat on the first day of school, to get that relationship building and that community building that's so essential. And then you see our nurses hard at work with their vision and hearing screenings. So nurses and all of health services came over to student wellness during COVID. So that was a new group of folks for me, and have been an amazing addition to the student wellness team. There's sort of nothing that they can't do if we put their mind to it, right? And so really the completion rate of our screenings, ensuring that we know which students need additional support, so that again is a barrier that we can remove for them. And then our vision clinics, so far this year, we've already had 352 students receive glasses for free. And the team will make fun of me saying, we're not done with vision until we have glasses on faces. And so we're going to coin that phrase somewhere. I don't know, we're going to get shirts made. Something's going to happen. We wanted to show you a quick video to give you a sense of what Hazel Health actually looks like on a call. So we're going to walk through this. It's just a one minute video, if all goes right. David has faith. Uh-oh.
Main causes of chronic absenteeism in schools today. Meeting the student where they are on campus can help coordinate care with their local primary care physician and avoid costly ER visits. Hazel Health partners with schools to improve healthcare access to all students at no cost to families. When a student is sick at school, they connect with a Hazel provider with a touch of a button on an iPad. With parent and guardian consent, students can participate in Hazel's healthcare program. Care may include urgent care for illnesses and injury, healthcare screenings, preventative care and education, referral to healthcare professionals, school and community resources. When a student is sick at school, they can visit the health office and connect to Hazel with the touch of a button. Using cutting-edge video technology, they see and speak to a licensed healthcare provider in real time. Hazel will provide care to the student and may recommend over-the-counter medications that have been pre-approved by the parent or guardian to be given by the appropriate personnel at school. Once the visit is completed, parents and guardians are contacted to explain the visit, medications, diagnosis, and recommendations for further care. Hazel partners with the school, family, primary care physician, and community to establish continuity of care for the student. With the help of Hazel, 90% of students that are seen feel better, return to class, and are less likely to be absent from school the next day. As a result, Hazel reduces costly emergency room and urgent care visits, minimizes chronic absenteeism, and aims to improve academic outcomes. To learn more, please visit hazel.co.
I'll just add an extra detail that Hazel Health will also diagnose things like strep throat and ringworm, skin, irritation. That wouldn't be managed with an over-the-counter medication right there, but they'll call the family and identify which pharmacy our family goes to, and they'll call in the prescription to that pharmacy so the family can just go pick it up, which is much easier than having to, pick up your student, make an appointment with your doctor, and then get them seen and all of that may take a day or two. So we're really trying to make sure that students' care is managed right there in the moment. I can. Resiliency, right? So just a few additional physical health supports that we have available in the district is we have a partnership between San Bernardino County, SB Smile is what it's called, and Jerry Smiles is one of our providers to provide kinder oral health assessments. That is a quick look in a student's mouth to see if there's any signs of decay. There is no tools used. It is literally a flashlight and a smiling face. And so we do this in a 3-week time frame. Our team at Jerry Smiles and our coordinating nurse see within 3 weeks every single kindergarten student across our district in just 3 weeks' time. It is like a little speedy race. Our completion rate, it's part of a mandatory report that we turn in at the state level. The state and county actually run right around 45% completion. And we're tracking this year so far 92% complete. We use the whole month of September to do that. So we're really excited about that. And then parents get a report card that says, hey, your student has decay, please follow up with your dentist. Or we invite them to come to our dental event right there on the campus as well. In terms of our dental events, you can see the number of schools that had events over time. Currently, right now, we have 70 of our 72-ish schools with scheduled events for this school year as well. They're all assigned at least one partner. And those services and supports go through a consent with families as well. We don't do a support on a student, or a student doesn't participate in a clinic without a consent. Our sports physicals, last year we did 439 sports physicals for middle and high school students, and some Pop Warner kids snuck in there probably as well. But so far this year with the clinics we've had thus far, we have 412 sports physicals already. We have another clinic on December 7th up at Shandon Hills Middle School. So we're going to do sports physicals there. We're doing Kaiser flu shots, and we're doing SAC immunizations as well. And then our partnership with IEHP Health Plan, they have a navigator system where we can do referrals to an actual person, and they help the family literally navigate their health system, their insurance, their appointments. They also can support with food insecurity, housing, etc. So they really do try to look at the social determinants and work through that with the family, and can stay with them for several weeks or a month to make sure that the family's got a good handle on where they're going as well. And then lastly, like Marlene shared, they're tracking their data around SARBs and home visits. The Student Wellness and Support Services Department has a smart sheet that you have linked in that top left corner in the digital version that anyone can open. And we have all of our services and supports sorted by the assistant superintendent in terms of the evaluators of those campuses, as well as by cluster. And then you can see all the comparables within the cluster. So you can look at the bully prevention lessons that are taught. You can look at the vision screenings. You can look at the SEL lessons taught. What score the school has in the PBIS coalition. Whatever you want to know about what student wellness has for schools, it pretty much is in there. We keep adding to it. So you are welcome to take a look at that and see how schools are doing as well. And then lastly, just talking about where we're going and what does the journey look like. So much of this work could not be done with the partnerships that we have. And so we really are looking at how do we bolster wellness? How do we ensure that every single student is well and feels welcome on their campus? And so we do that in lots of different partnerships that you have listed down there from the Department of Healthcare Services. They have several different initiatives we're involved in with the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiatives the CYBHI. There will not be a quiz on that, I promise. We have a great partnership with Mr. Baca. Supervisor Baca has donated money, and we'll talk about to where in just a second. Our ongoing partnership with County Superintendent of Schools, we just facilitated a wellness tour for them for district staff across the county. We're able to come and see our integrated services across the county, and then our managed care plans of IEHP and Molina have been deep in this work with us as well. If you look at this map of the district, you can see a lot of different circles that I put on here. I promise they're not Cheerios. What this is saying is, according to the California School-Based Health Alliance, they release a list of all of the schools in the state of California, and they tell you what ranking those schools have in terms of level of need for wellness services or school-based health centers. What you see here in the code is that the green circle is around Sierra High School. That is our current school-based health center. Your two blue ones there are where we are projecting clinics that are currently under construction. And the pink are all of the schools in San Bernardino that made the top 200 list in the state of California. So we had 15 schools in the top 200 in terms of highest need. So I give you a map so that you can kind of picture where the need exists. That does not mean that school number 201 on the list was not also San Bernardino, just looked at that top 200 to give you a sense of the level of need that we have in our city. So with that said, and looking at that map, we're happy to share with you a little snapshot of what's been going on behind the curtain with those supports from Department of Healthcare Services, with those supports from Supervisor Baca's office, with the support from the county as well, that we are bringing online a full community and student clinic school-based health center at Pacific. It is part of the biomedical pathway building. So we were able to tour that just a couple of weeks ago, and it is looking beautiful. That one should be open in January of 2025, which is right around the corner. Sierra High School is getting a rebuilt space of a wellness center as well, and theirs should be coming online around the same time as Pacific. San Andreas is getting a full renovation of their wellness space as well to provide more therapy, individualized confidential spaces for therapy and case management as well with their social work interns that are there. Indian Springs is coming on in January of 2026. And then the Welcoming Resources right here in the backyard that we're sitting in is probably another year out. We don't have a finalized date. The outside looks beautiful, but we need to build the inside walls and get the equipment in there as well. So we're looking to come online with that clinic. And each one of these will be supporting the feeder pattern of schools in that community. So for the Pacific one, it will be all the elementary schools that feed into that middle school that all go to Pacific High School. So that entire community will be able to access the supports and services. So we have the internal mental health team already hired and on staff, as well as bilingual clerks to act as receptionists there. That are part of the student wellness team. And then the health services or physical health services will be done through a partnership. So we're looking for a FQHC or a federally qualified health center that can do their own Medi-Cal billing, and they just use our brick and mortar facility to provide those services to their community members as well. Okay. So that's just a little tidbit there. And then in terms of next steps, Dr. Bikendova and I both are looking at how we refine these practices, how they intertwine and our teams intertwine for sure. As we engage with the 64 schools that are doing some level of the work within the multi-tiered system of support, we want to refine and increase those practices. So if the school is really done a solid job of tier 1. We want to make sure that they have school-wide tier 1 and small groups by next year, right? And supports and services. And the same would be if you're a school who has tier 1 and tier 2, we want to make sure that you also have tier 3 individualized supports so that everybody's on that continuum of excellence, frankly, in meeting the needs of every single student.
So under climate and culture, in terms of next steps, we really want to focus in on our SHINES, SBCUSD SHINES vision. So the last S is safe, secure, and attractive learning environments, and that's really what we're focusing on for our community building restorative practice. We're doing all those things we just talked about that make kids want to be at school. We want them to come, and if something happens, that they get a response, a restorative response from us, and they feel safe and welcomed. We want the 5-to-1 magic ratio in every school site. We also want FOMOs at every school on a regular basis. So it's just all of those things together are really what build that community. And the restorative practices that we're teaching are doing that, and they are trauma responsive. So our next steps for that, for community building restorative practice, is just to continue doing what we're doing and make those experts and have more certifications and all those things that we're doing. In terms of tier 2 intervention access, that is us building the capacity of the administrators and the counselors on campus. So again, we can have experts everywhere to get that work done for tier 2. So again, it's the restorative practices, including restorative questions, check in, check out, restorative mediation, undercover teams. It's all those things we're doing to push. Now we just have to make sure that we have a large number of experts across the district.
Just to add to the tier 2 interventions that Positive Youth Development provides, adding another layer of that as well to meet the needs of each student. So not every student is applicable for check-in, check-out, which is really about a student who needs additional adult attention, right? If I'm a student who avoids adults, then giving me check-in, check-out is like extra punishment. So you may need an emotion management or that SEL group that we talked about earlier, or that Trails to Wellness for anxiety and depression, and really developing my coping strategies and how do I manage my anxiety when it starts to flare up, you know, like sitting in front of a board perhaps. But really looking at those supports across as well. And then in terms of physical health, obviously, we have coming online our school-based health centers. I jokingly say I need to figure out how to plant money trees so that we can take that work across our high schools and really provide for each community within our district. Our grant writer and myself are constantly shopping for what are the next opportunities that we can apply for so that we can expand that support and service as well. And then obviously our student and community access to those services. What services are they seeking? What do they want? What appointments are filling at those clinics so that we know how to bolster or reduce or do better advertisement, right? Hazel Health, we make up about 19% of every Hazel Health call across the nation, just as our district, 19% of all of their calls. And we still think we can do a better job for kids. So we're still going to work on that. We have some of our schools that are a little less comfortable with the technology. So how do we build your skill and support as well? And then in the realm of the social, emotional, behavioral work, we are putting together a team to support our early elementary students in transitional kinder through 2nd grade. How do we support those students that actually were probably born during COVID, and how do we actually help them socialize into the classroom setting that they may have missed in their very early years? And there has been some call and need for that as well. Counselors are becoming more data driven, looking at what are the gaps for the students that are on my caseload and how do I provide supports in all 3 domains that they own, which is social emotional learning, yes, but also academic and college and career supports as well. What does that look like at elementary? What does it look like at high school, middle school as well? And then access to mental health therapy. As we expand those clinics, we will be able to expand the number of associates, et cetera, that we run, and be able to support additional schools because we have clinics at our high schools and doing that work. and all of that will cost money. And so we are uplifting Medi-Cal billing reimbursement so that we can ensure that the services and supports from your nurses, counselors, social workers, therapists can be billed to the state, and then the district can receive reimbursement for those services. So that is that CYBHI work that I mentioned earlier, that Child Youth Behavioral Health Initiative from the Department of Healthcare Services, as well as some of the collective work we're doing with the county as well. And so there is a funding source there to actually feed back into the system and expand the staffing in those areas.
So as you can see, there is a lot going on in Swiss and PYD. We know that we have challenging situations in our community, and so we need to do that much more to ensure that students can come to school and have a safe place to learn, and caring environments where they have those caring adults that are going to nurture them and help them so they can be successful in the long term. So we appreciate your time and attention, and thank you for your time this evening. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you for the presentation. Ms. Alexander?
Thank you for a great presentation. It was very thorough. I have a couple questions just related to like the restorative practices or training for, there was a lot of focus on administrators and the principals, but what about the teachers? Are they receiving training?
So we have effective classroom practices that are proactive, instructive, restorative, and responsive. So when there's a behavioral flare-up. So restorative practices would be the training that we provide for teachers. And then restorative practices is owned between both departments. The supports here are the community building, and then the supports here are the restoring of relationships. Does that make sense? Kind of the split. So there are full day trainings for teachers to attend for restorative practices, and there are also lessons in the behavior lesson schedule at the first 2 weeks of school.
So is it optional?
Right now it is optional.
Okay. Is there any consideration for the schools that I guess have maybe the higher percentage of concerns to see how we can, I don't know, you can't require it, but how can we strengthen that where there's, I guess, an opportunity
Answer that
space?
question. So we are in the process of developing a system in which we can provide a somewhat of a prescription. So when we look at data and we meet with principals, we can show them what the data looks like. We can make recommendations, commendations, and next steps. So those are things that we're looking at individually for each campus, where each of the department heads can provide feedback based on the measurables that they have in order to be able to support those principals. So that is in the works now.
So would it be something that would be implemented next year, or?
No, we're trying to get this ready for second semester.
Awesome.
And I'll just add a little detail there too. Each one of the schools does an action plan about what their focus area is. So if they're looking at their data that says, hey, we have a gap in sense of belonging, what do we do about it? They could say, hey, we're going to focus on restorative practices in every single classroom here. And then we would be able to deploy our training team, our point of contacts, out to the school to provide that during an MOU time as well. So they could receive it during the teacher's professional development time weekly.
Thank you. And then I have one other question. So I appreciate the survey results. I was just wondering, what does good look like for the KPIs? So you report out, for example, knowledge and fairness, discipline, rules, and norms, 80%. What was the actual goal?
So we want to see a strong, favorable score in each one of those categories, which for us would be 80% and above. So there are some of those pieces that actually have action steps for us. And you can hear it probably infused through here, that sense of belonging, that sense of safety, in ensuring that each one of our supports and services have that element to it.
Okay. So each one of these survey results, we had a baseline, and then this was the results, or?
Yes, and those results are from now February and March of last year because we do this annually. So we are gearing up. So this has been like our support year, so that we're gearing up for what are the survey administration and then what are the survey results going to be for March.
Okay. Is that something that we can see? Is that something you can share with us?
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Thank you so much for the presentation. Very thorough, and it gave us a lot of insight of the many great things that we're doing. I wish there was a way where we can copy and paste this presentation for even on the website, or just showing what the many great things we are doing. On one of the pages, which is the opening school-based health centers, and I know with the sheet before it, which was on page 35 and 36, are there any plans to have the wellness or health centers, school-based health centers on the west side, which, you know, there are 3 that were circled in pink in that side that doesn't seem like it's being, other than the WRC, I mean, the WRC might help with some of those, but it's still on the other side of the freeway.
So on the sort of wait list of funding, the very next one is Arroyo. So we've been in conversations with facilities to look at spacing at the campus and possibilities of funding sources and getting creative about funding sources to really ensure that that is the next one on the list for sure.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Again, thank you both for the presentation, the work that you are doing.
You're welcome.
Mrs. Grande?
Hi, I too want to thank you very much. It's like a lot to get all in one night, but I think I pretty much grasped a lot of stuff, and I did take a couple of notes about some things. And I'm interested in the LVNs that you say. I was just wondering, how many do you have? And I noticed that now they're more rotating rather than just staying in one place. When I was in Anderson, I noticed that we no longer had one that was there all day, all the time. And I was just wondering what do you have your protocols in place regardless for emergencies or procedures for like administering seizure medication if the seizure is too long? How often are the ambulances still coming and picking up children and taking them off there? And then what do you do with like respiratory failures and things like that? Do we have all those things in place for our children that come to school with that?
Yes, we absolutely do. So the LVNs, there is a group of LVNs that work directly with the special education department and staff. And so the one that was assigned to Anderson was initially one from special education. In terms of our team, we have a mighty team of 7 that provides support across the district. And so we have a schedule, and they're once a week supervised by the assigned school nurse as well. And so the assigned school nurse does the procedure with the LVN once a week to ensure that there's good communication and advocacy for the students. Sometimes there's a challenge or a problem that arises that only the nurse and LVN see, and so then informing the parent to make sure that they're reaching out to their provider, their medical provider to follow up on that or change medications or procedures, et cetera. In terms of seizures, we have a board policy on Diastat seizure medication.
Right.
One of the things we are looking at is there's a new nasal inhalant. And so we're exploring
Much
that.
better.
We're exploring that with our physician, our consulting physician from Loma Linda, Dr. Baum. But I would also say that the students who have known seizures have medical orders and their own medications, et cetera, that come with those medical orders from their doctor.
Do they come with their own nurse, or do we just, is that enough, having 7 for our whole district?
Depends on the level of need for the student. So our LVNs really manage the students who have a controlled medical condition, not something that's like an emergency kind of ongoing situation.
So they have their own nurse for
There
that.
are times when students have private duty nurses assigned to them by their own health insurance company. It also can be provided through special education as well. That is not something that student wellness assigns. So it would go through either your insurance or special education services as well.
Okay, and then the other one I had is I noticed that you do have assistance league here in the bottom for a dental partnerships, and I just wondered how often do we partner with them, because they only have a dentist I think once a week now, isn't that? I'm just curious because I don't remember ever hearing about using them still, even though we have wonderful dental mobile units. I've seen them.
So Assistance League has a specific support that they provide to our district, and they've been a long-standing partner for us. And they provide through a grant, I believe, but it is dental sealants for 3rd and 4th graders, and then educational materials for our kindergartners at those same schools. And so they are assigned, I'm going to ballpark, I don't have that number in my head, but 15 to 20 schools where they provide that support, and another dentist provides the preventative care and cleanings for the other grade levels at that school, so that we ensure that it's available for all grade levels. So they've been a great partner to us.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are you with the Assistance League, Ms. Conley?
Did I mention that? Did I mention that we're officers in the Assistance League? Felicia and I.
Transparency. Ms. Ceballos?
Thank you so much for the presentation. It was quite a lot of information. I would have maybe appreciated it like broken down part 1, part 2 kind of thing, but you tired us out. But I do appreciate though all of the great information and all of the great work that's obviously happening with both of your guys's departments. Just a couple of questions going back to some of the slides. So when you presented on the not on campus, but when you presented data on the suspension and suspension rates, does that data include on-campus suspensions? Do we do on-campus suspensions?
No, on-campus suspensions do count as a suspension. There is such a thing as on-campus intervention class, and they would code that as a 300, which would not count as a suspension, but an intervention class is very rare, and you have to have certificated staff. It has to meet certain criteria. So that's a very rare case. So typically right now we don't have on-campus suspension. The few schools that do it do count those. That has to be counted as a regular suspension.
So the reason why I asked that, and I guess let me ask it in this way as well. So typically teachers have the ability to suspend students from their classrooms. That doesn't necessarily mean an off-campus suspension. Would those constitute on-campus suspensions?
In elementary, because the student is removed from class and coursework for the entire day, yes. In middle school and high school, because they're only removed for that period typically, then it does not count as a suspension.
Okay, because, and again, the reason why I asked that is because when my son was in elementary school, he was often being suspended from the classroom, and those were not being reported as suspensions. So I would never get a form indicating your student has been suspended. Oftentimes I wouldn't even get notified that they were being removed from the classroom until my son, would be able to verbalize or communicate that. Or in some cases I would show up to school randomly and he was sitting in the office all day. So just making sure that, we are making sure that that's not happening, and if that's happening, that it is being recorded as an actual suspension.
Yeah, it is set up with IT so that a teacher suspension that's how the clerks are trained, should be in the system, coded as a teacher suspension, and then that counts into our suspension rates. Yes.
Thank you. And then, as you mentioned, obviously safety and sense of belonging on the survey were kind of low. For me personally, a lot of, and this is just my personal opinion, and from what I see, a lot of times not feeling like we belong can create a lot of additional social, emotional, and even mental health issues that come about, right? So anxiety, when we talk about anxiety or depression and things like that, in my opinion, a lot of those do stem from a lack of connection. A lot of times students don't have the ability or, at home to make those connections. Parents are working, quite frequently, things like that. And so they're oftentimes not making those connections at home, and then they come to school and then they're not making those connections to school. So that is a huge concern of mine that I'm seeing, and I would, like to really find out what are we specifically doing, and, maybe kind of circle back to us on what we're specifically doing to really raise that sense of belonging, across schools. And I would like to see that monitored a little bit more frequently than once a year, because this only happens once a year, right? The survey.
Survey does, yes. In terms of the ability to do check-in surveys just on sense of belonging, we could do that periodically throughout the year. That just opened in terms of capabilities this year. So that is something that we could do, kind of dipsticks along the way as well, to monitor that.
I would like to see, that, especially in that area. And then another quick question: how do we monitor referrals to mental health providers? So the ones that we don't service in-house through either the HEART team or special education ERMs, the ones that get referred out, do we ever, monitor those, how they're doing? Are they receiving services? How are they improving? Like, how are they communicating back to the schools on how the students are progressing? Do they?
They do. And so at the district level, we have a liaison, which is a Swiss staff member assigned to each one of those partners that meets with them biweekly. So either biweekly or monthly, my team is getting a report on the number of referrals, the number of students that are actually being serviced and provided with therapy, and then the ones that have exited, or the families that didn't consent, so that we have this communication back and forth. That communication also happens to the referring counselor specific to that student. And so it actually gets CC'd to us within Swiss so that we can see it coming back and forth. So if a counselor does a referral for Colleen Williams and Colleen Williams's family declines, then that communication would come back from Victor community for us so that the school would know the disposition. And then if a student is receiving therapy services on the campus through Victor, through HEART, HEART obviously is our internal team and works very closely with the school team. So they work with the counselor on, hey, I'm working with the student on these issues, and as a counselor, you could support in this way. What could you do at Tier 2, or what could the classroom teacher do as well to help support the student to make growth faster, right? And so they communicate quite diligently and actually have a great relationship between that therapist and the counselor, but then also the classroom teachers. Victor community can share that information. Sometimes they participate if the student has an IEP. They'll sit in on the IEP and share information in terms of goal success and tracking as well. And then our partnership within Loma Linda actually has a database that gets shared back and forth so that the school team knows how well those students are doing and when they're ready to exit and be supported in Tier 2 instead of Tier 3.
And I wanted to respond to the question about how are we, what are our next steps with sense of belonging, as the secondary part was low. And so one of the things that our superintendent was able to do with your support was really trying to get our high school and middle school students more connected with school by showing pride, and provided sweatshirts for all the kids. And so we've been getting really good feedback, anecdotal feedback, that they feel more connected to the school just because of what they're wearing. In addition to that, we're looking at involvement in athletics and in our before and after school programs. So you saw that there is an increase of students who are participating in our sports clinics. Therefore, we should see an increase of students participating in athletics. And so there is a relationship between students who are active in athletics, that they have a stronger sense of belonging. And then we're also kind of a theory that we're, just kind of playing with right now is, what is the added value for students who participate in our EXL program? So we're able to look at data of how they do academically and if they participate in our after-school programs. So we'll also start looking at sense of belonging for students in the after-school program to see if it's higher or lower than their peers who do not participate. So those are all things that are in the works too.
Thank you so much. And then one last question that I have. So on your supplemental, you didn't cover this, but it's the climate and culture systems in SBC, the side packet on under social emotional behavioral health. There's a tier 3 there portion, and we were noticing that some of the things that are on here typically would be supports that would be kind of like a special education level of support, but it looks like this is not within special education. This is outside of special education. So
are you talking about the functional behavioral assessments and the behavior support plans, behavior intervention plans? So we have a process to support individualized students through that for general education students as well. So some of our students that have social emotional behavioral needs, we don't see this gap necessarily in academics would identify them for special education perhaps, but they do have a social emotional need that maybe doesn't qualify for emotional disturbance or some of those categories or labels. And so the onus is on us to ensure that those students are also given support. And so we have aligned our process to the PENT process, ensuring that we follow the identification of the function and the interventions that we're going to progress monitor for that student, even though they're general education.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Husky?
This was to the question around the teacher suspensions. There's a specific ed code 48910 around teacher suspensions that has a specific process. Kids shouldn't be just going up to the office to just sit. If a parent, comes in and their kid's just sitting there, if a teacher does a teacher suspension, there's a form that they should be using for the teacher suspension, and then it is incumbent upon them, and it is in the law, that they schedule a meeting with the parent as soon as possible. So it's in the ed code. It's 48910.
Dr. Wyatt?
Thank you, Mr. President, and again, great presentation and quite a bit of information in one presentation. I heard you mention the PENT process. Can you explain that a little bit more? That's something new to me.
So it's the process that you would go through to identify what are the needs of an individual student, what's the function of their behavior, what are they trying to escape or avoid or gain or get. And so we do that through a little bit of research in the CUME folder and in their ARIES documentation, but then we also do interviews with all of the staff and the family that interact with the student, and observations in the classrooms and in common areas. How do they behave? What does it look like? When do we see these behaviors? Is there a pattern that it only happens in Ms. Williams' classroom? Then this is a relationship issue that we can manage, right? If it's across my environments or when my environments are less structured, like recess and lunchtime compared to the classroom, then we would put different supports in place for that student. So we do follow that process, which is aligned to the special education process as well. But we provide that service for students that don't have an IEP as well.
Is that a San Bernardino City Unified School District process?
No, that's a state process.
And what does that stand for?
Oh, you're going to quiz me. Okay. I'm going to have to look that up and let you know.
Okay. Like I said, I haven't used that one before, so that was new to me. So I'll figure it out, though. I could check it real quick. Is it PENT?
PENT, yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Section 9, board discussion. 9.1, Women's Inspirational Network and San Bernardino NAACP's 7th Annual Kwanzaa Ball sponsorship in the amount of $1,000.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Medina,
Second.
second by Ms. Alexander. Vote, please.
I gotta go.
Motion passed. 9.2, Cell Phone Policy Committee. I asked for this item to be agendized. You know, the governor took action. We have historically had a cell phone policy that exists. So I just wanted to get a feel for what is being done at the schools right now, and then what's our timeline for satisfying the new laws that the governor has issued in terms of the policy involving students, parents, and teachers and other district staff.
So thank you, Mr. Tillman, for the question. We do currently have a policy that is in place. It is policy 5131 under conduct. It states that our cell phone policy that students are permitted to possess cell phones for use before school and after the instructional day. They must keep their cell phones with power off and out of sight during the instructional day, etc. So there is some information that's already outlined. Currently in place, each school has their own way of monitoring this. There are some schools that have pouches. There are some schools that have cabinets where they store cell phones. There are other schools that they tell the students to put their phones away. So it's varied out there. We are committed to following the outline of the bill, and so we have a director who is working on putting together a plan that will include stakeholder involvement. So currently we are looking at our student leadership group. So we will be talking with our student group in Slack, where we will be discussing the current policy as well as examining the new bill. So that way they can kind of compare and contrast and then talk about kind of what are some current issues around that. We will also be talking to all of our parent groups. We are looking at possibly some town hall meetings, looking so that we can get stakeholder involvement from the community at large. Of course, we will involve our union, our SPTA, our labor organization. We will ask the president to select representatives that will be participants in this process. We will have a work group that will consist of high school representation, which would be vice principals, middle school vice principals, principals, elementary. We will have folks from school safety, campus security, and school police, so that we can work together, because we want to make sure that we're not finding another way to penalize students. And so we know that from past policies with dress code or hat policies, it ended up being a situation where we were having hands-on escalation of force be all over a hat or all over, you know, somebody having something that maybe they shouldn't have. So we do need to find ways that we're going to be able to create win-wins so that students understand that we are enforcing a law that we didn't pass, just like the late start, right? And that we want to do it in such a way that we are restorative, that we are respectful, and that we are having, we understand that there's a need from parents that they want their students to have phones due to some of the school violence and school shootings that have happened around the country. So we're looking at how do we create a win-win where we are following the intent of the bill, but creating an environment where our students understand, that our community understands, and that teachers are able to enforce it, as well as our administrators, so that learning takes place. Because the whole intent behind this is that we're creating environments that are free from interruption, as well as reducing social anxiety and mental health issues based on social media. So we are working on that. Our plan is to have this committee to start working so that we have a recommendation for the board subcommittee, as well then to take to the board towards the end of this school year.
Thank you, Ms. Medina.
So then with that said, what you just mentioned, then I won't say too much, but I do want to try to look at student safety, or even when our school sites are in lockdown. Sometimes those cell phones are kind of that avenue to the outside environment. So when the committee gets together, if they can look at when it comes to safety issues, because unfortunately our schools do become in lockdown, and there are incidences where it can be a safety issue, and you want emergency contact and having the cell phones readily available just in case. So, and I'll leave that to the committee to look into.
Ms. Husky?
Thank you. I'm excited. I really think our student board members and our student leadership team, students would have valuable input. But what I actually wanted to say is I want to make sure that whatever the policy says, that it's not something where we ask them to take the phones away, because as you mentioned with the hat, I know it's going to start with, they were defiant, they wouldn't take the phone away, and we're going to have an expulsion case because it escalated over a tussle with an administrator or a CSO over a phone. And I do not want to see this policy become that. So whatever goes into it, I just ask you to be mindful of that, because we know it happens all too often. Many of our expulsions are something that could have been simple that got escalated between a student and an adult that didn't need to happen, but for our policies.
But can you elaborate? Give us an example of you saying what would cause that,
Scott
and then
has
how
his
to
phone
avoid it.
out, and I say, Dr. White,
No,
put
I
your
got
phone
that
away.
part, but
Okay.
how would you avoid that?
Well, you just have to have it where they're not taking the phone away. Either they go up to the office, or you call the parent, or there has to be something else.
Okay.
But often what ends up happening is then they want to take the phone, so they go,
I got you.
and then it's on.
All right.
No,
Thank
and
you.
then it's on.
Thank you. Ms. Grande?
Well, I really, really, really want to see a piece where we explain to students, because they are going to be adults and they are really intelligent when it comes to what they need and want, and explain the whys of it. I mean, even in all our discussions, I keep hearing, okay, now tell me again why we're doing this. Tell me again why the governor did this. We need to unearth and unpack all of those reasons. And it's almost like we're telling them, look, all we can tell you is that it's good for you. Okay, it's in your best interest. They don't see that far. We have to tell it in such a way so that their very own student leaders, maybe student panels, maybe we could do a pro and con, turn it into some kind of contest, a speech contest about, there's going to be students that agree, that are foresighted and understand that we're doing it because of the social media effect on people's lives. It's leading to depression and suicide and all of these other sad things. And that's a fact.
This is the
So
start of the process, so we're going to
Yeah.
get input from everybody. I agree. Ms. Ceballos?
So yeah, just kind of sharing the same sentiment, really being mindful, and maybe really getting maybe doing some sort of education campaign beforehand with the students, and then also really engaging parents on how they can support this, letting them know that, hey, this is the new law that has come down, and we're going to be moving forward, but in preventing some of the things that Ms. Chahusky had mentioned, how can we get their buy-in as well and their support for them to be able to provide ideas for us, that way they help us from the get-go and maybe not send their students to to school with cell phones or what have you, but really be really thoughtful around that work.
Absolutely.
And I really think the gentleman had a valid point today in terms of the cell phone being a valuable tool that can be used in education. So I really think a part of the discussion has to be being able to, say for instance, if a teacher has a class, I mean, the cell phone is such a powerful tool, you could even have a cell phone class, just using all the tools built into it. But we should make sure that if there are instances where the education is going to be centered around the use of the cell phone, that we're not prohibiting the cell phone from being in those classrooms for constructive use. So that is part of it too. But the reason why I agendized this item tonight is to have this discussion, start the process of meeting with the committees. Mr. Ariano, if you could come back with a timeline, and then bring all the parties together and try to bring back a first iteration of how we're going to move forward with the cell phone policy that satisfies whatever the governor is. But even to the extent that maybe we have to reach out to the governor's office and say, hey, we don't want to be in a predicament where we're saying we're going to ban cell phones totally, because we might want to use them in an educational environment. So there's no way we're going to say we're going to ban cell phones totally, right? So how do we make those changes, and do we need to have the state be flexible on what their direction is also? Mr. Husky?
I was just looking at the bill, and I have a question because I haven't read it entirely, but it says, or prohibit the use of smartphones while the pupils are at a school site. So I was thinking it was while they're in class, but are they actually saying the whole day? Because I was thinking a lot of the problems with cell phones actually happen at lunch and recess with the filming of fights and things. So I'm not sure what the law is actually requiring different than our policy. So I just wanted clarification.
Really, in essence, when you look at the law, I brought it up a couple times just in preparation. Really, what it boils down to is a local control decision. The big part of the law is asking for significant stakeholder participation in deciding what's best on how to limit or eliminate, if we so wish as a community, those phones. So I think the work that we're planning, that Dr. Rodriguez is leading, having to go through the lens of the student, have it go through the lens of our teachers, have it go through the lens of our parents, have it go through the lens of our administrators. All those are important viewpoints that I think are going to get us, and I'm just predicting, guessing, I think it's going to get us right back to where our policy is now, is that if it's in control of the teacher's monitoring, and it's for an instructional use that benefits the kid, let's use it. But again, I don't want to, I'm just guessing, but it's the essence is local control decision.
And that's critical because it is a technological device, which means that it's only going to become more and more powerful as time goes on. And there will be more and more uses for it as time moves on. We had a big presentation today about health. There's all sorts of ways that a phone could be used to enhance a person's health, including students, whether it's diabetes or heart conditions. It's just unimaginable all the different roles that it will play in the near future. So we just got to make sure we're careful about not putting us in a predicament where we're not going to be able to benefit the good part of it also. And we'll look forward to the committee's report, and we'll move forward. Thank you very much. Section 10, action items. 10.1, personnel report.
As presented. So move.
Second.
Been moved and second. Vote, please. Moved by Dr. White and second by Ms. Medina. Motion carried. 10.2, resolution for allowance of attendance of emergency conditions, Parkside Elementary School and Golden Valley Middle School.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Husky, second by Ms. Medina. Vote, please. Ten point three, resolution to approve and adopt the initial study, mitigated negative declaration, and adopting the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan, approving the project, and directing the filing of a notice determination for Kuma Park Sports Lighting Project.
So move.
Moved by
And-
Dr. Wyatt, second by Mrs. Alexander. Vote, please. Motion carried. Section 11, consent items.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by, who was it moved by? Ms. Medina, second by Dr. Wyatt. Any to pull?
11.3.
11.3. Any others? Vote, please. Ms. Alexander?
Just can't vote on it.
Oh. Motion carried. 11.3, compensation for school board member.
So moved. Yeah.
Moved by Ms. Medina, second by Mr. Biles. Vote, please. Motion carried. Was that a wrong item? It says 11.3. It carried. It was fast, I agree. Yeah, well, put down Felicia for abstain. Ms. Alexander abstained. Section 12. Comments, reports by union organizations. 12.1, San Bernardino Teachers Association.
No report.
12.2, California School Employees Association.
No report.
12.3, Communication Workers of America.
No report.
12.4, San Bernardino School Police Officers Association.
No report.
Section 13, report and comments by board members. 13.1, board members. I'll start with Mr. Husky.
Thank you. I was able last Wednesday to attend the Cajon Dental Clinic opening. All I can say is y'all got to go. I'm so glad we followed through with this project. It is state of the art. It is beautiful. Ms. Phillips did a great job in shepherding this and championing it. She's a remarkable woman and teacher, and I'm just really excited for our students up there, and I hope that pathway grows because that's an area of need. So I'm really excited about that. And then I just wanted to say, it looks like this might be my last board meeting. And I've had, way more than 30 years now in this district as an employee and board member, and that's not counting my time here as a student. But I'm really proud of our district and everything that we've accomplished. I've been really honored to work with this board team and with you, Mr. Ariano. It's special. I tell people I've worked with boards all across the state, and never do you get like this diversity of talent, of expertise, of professionalism. Is one of those lightning strikes. And so I'm just really honored to do that. I'm honored to have been able to work with our student board members and get that program going. And I thank Ms. Alexander for volunteering to take them on for me. They are two sets of remarkable students that we've been able to work with the last 2 years. And I know we're going to be starting all over for next year in it, but that's going to be pretty amazing too. I ran into Dr. Judy White this week, and she was telling me, keep your heart and your mind open. You never know what God plans. And, I'm just feeling gratitude. I'm excited to maybe spend some time actually being retired, because I never did do that. And being the real me, which is shorts and blue jeans, not suits and heels. And so I just wanted to say thank you. It's been a wonderful ride.
Thank you. Dr. Wyatt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a few announcements real quick. And just want to say thank you to the district for letting us use the PDC for the Gangs and Drugs Task Force. Oh, wait a second. I'll hold. All right, maybe I won't. All right, start that clock over. No, just kidding. I won't use more than 3 minutes. Now, just thank you again to the district for letting us use the PDC for the Gangs and Drugs Task Force Safety Summit that we have every year. And a special thank you to Royal Valley High School, the Black Hawk JROTC Color Guard, and Major Williams. They always do an amazing job for us presenting the colors, and I know it's really appreciated by all in attendance. Congratulations, Cajon High School and San Gregorio High School football teams. They'll both be advancing into CIF or CBL playoffs. I'm not sure which one it is, but I'll be there Friday night. And we went out to Chino Valley Friday night as well to see them put a nice whooping on them. So that was pretty good to see. Nice field, I'll say that, but good job to them. Also attended the inaugural Filipino Barrio Festival at the Valley Community College, which was pretty cool. That's the first time they ever had it. So good job to Valley College and getting the Filipino community out there. And then Friday night, another event was at the Joyco inaugural gala, which they asked me to be a speaker at, and great turnout for them, and just wonderful work that they're doing in our community. And then the Rodriguez Prep inaugural Trunk or Treat Festival, that was a lot of fun too, and always great to see our kids. And then just a little one off note a little bit, but just Trunk or Treat Festival at my church as well, where we got to cook for 550 members. As for Ms. Chahusky, just really, my heart goes out to you, and we've been partners in this a long time, and definitely it's been fun being colleagues here on the school board. And I know your heart is absolutely into our children and our city and our community, and I couldn't ask for a better colleague at work, but definitely as a board member, you've been a wonderful partner here. It's pretty hard to talk about, but especially next to me, you've been my partner in crime on a lot of things. But just, yeah. Probably got Mr. President mad at us a few times, but no, just a great job with our student board members. We've said that earlier, and things work out for whatever reason they do, and you've always held yourself in high esteem, and your campaign was an ethical campaign. I'll say that as well, because sometimes it's not always like that out there, but I can't say thank you enough, and you never know. I'd love to see you up here again, but thank you for all that you've done for us.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. Mr. Bios.
So I just also want to say congratulations to Cone on their opening of the dental pathway. I wanted to go, but I couldn't be there. Hopefully I'll make some time to go out and check it out. I did look at the pictures. I was really excited to see what I saw. Also, I just want to say thank you to the district for holding their Principal for a Day event as well. I would have loved to come and participate in that, and hopefully maybe next year, but my husband did attend, so a big thank you to Principal Kathy Atencio from Rodriguez Prep. He came and was just super excited. He doesn't really know a whole lot about education. So for him to be able to go out there and check it out and, look at the campus and everything that's going on, he came back and he said, have you been to that campus? Oh my God, they have such a great, stuff going on over there, and everybody wears uniform and they wear their IDs, and, he just had so much great things to say about it. So again, thank you so much for, the event, but specifically to Rodriguez Prep. And then also, of course, Mickey, I didn't know you prior to being on the board, and I can't say enough that I am so very happy to have met you and have crossed paths, and it's been a really amazing time. I've learned so much from you, and since we went to, where was it? I think it was CSBA a couple years back. We really got an opportunity to connect there, and I really appreciate it. And then after that, we came back, and I was like, yes, Mickey. I'm really gonna miss you. But you'll be around, and come back and visit us. So yeah. I won't say more because then I'll start bawling. So that's pretty much it. And, happy Thanksgiving to everybody out there. We'll see you next month.
Ms. Grande.
Well, I'm just gonna start with Mickey because I've been following her my entire career. As soon as I arrived, I figured out who the movers and shakers were. And I knew that if I really wanted to belong, I had to belong first to SPTA. And I heard so many stories about her. She's like a legend. And people don't really even know because, one of the things is once you know the legend, you don't say anything you don't say anything about that legend. But we really got to know each other at the Cube event last week, a couple weeks ago. And we both had our daughters with us. And it was a wonderful event. It really was. And I think we inspired them and they inspired us. And, we thought about buying a big hotel and a restaurant, a couple $1 million. And she said, yeah, we'll make it work. I can make it rain. It was wonderful. It was Brandon and I. We're going to buy it and take it over. All right. So thank you very much for that. And I'm not letting you go. I know where you live, so going to be more. And then also, I actually got to see Myra's husband at the Principal for the Day. And the fact is, I do have an MA in education, and I do have an admin credential. So I felt it was very natural for me to want to be principal. I actually applied for principal there. I was turned down 3 times by this district. Perry Wiseman didn't like me. I don't know why. Okay. So, but anyway, it was a dream of mine. So there you go. And Cindy Shimming, she made me a beautiful sash. I'll save it for next year. And thank you, Lisa No, the Anderson coordinator. I saw many, many great things happening that makes me happy. And then also, though, I do have another note, however. I don't believe that our students there have equity because our students there 18 to 22 do not have a bona fide principal. So why do they not have principal like other school sites do anymore? So I have an ask. I would like to revisit that decision for removing those positions prior to the arrival of Superintendent Aureliano, and to possibly place it on the agenda for discussion. And I remember we used to have Anderson and Carmack used to have a principal, and I'm not aware of those really good reasons for taking that away, but just had been there for decades. So it goes along the part when we were teachers at Anderson School, we always felt slighted or less than. And as Superintendent Aureliano likes to tell me, he says, all means all. So all students, we worry about all students. And I carry around Shine booklets with me. And every time I'm thinking it's not true, I pull it out for inspiration. So I can still keep coming to this job and staying fresh and new And I'm not going to stop till I know everything in there by heart. So, and I've always done that. So thank you. Thanks. Happy Thanksgiving and happy Scorpio birthdays everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Medina.
I just want to say, majority of my comments will be towards Mickey Chahusky. I remember going to conferences at the state level, and I didn't know you worked in our school district, but I knew that you were a person to watch, not to watch out for, but you could move things, and you had influence. And when I found out that you were our former teachers union, I was like, oh, wow, and she's in our school district. And when you would come to present for, the different programs when it came to the youth department, I mean, you had the passion, and you kind of knew that with Mickey, you can't mess when it comes to education, teachers, or students, and so forth. You were on it, and that's one thing that I'm one of those that I will not give up. So I still have faith, and I still have hope. So I won't say goodbye, but I know that you have brought so many assets to the district that I'm mind blown of the things that you know when it comes to our youth that I didn't really understand until you've been able to kind of explain things to me and to us as a group. So I really hope there's a way we can still continue that work. And I do hope you do, if this was the outcome it comes. Enjoy your retirement, but I would love, at least if there was some ways we can grasp some of your mindset, because it is a need. It's a need our school district needs to move forward with. So thank you for all that you have done.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander.
So I'll first start off with Mickey. I had an opportunity to meet Mickey, I think about 2.5 years ago. And I've gotten to know you, and I really appreciate you for your inspirational leadership and just who you are. Like, you are very transparent. You come with Mickey, so that song will always be in my head. But so thank you for even trusting me to work with the student board leaders and ask me to do that. I appreciate that, and I'm honored. And I know that I will be leaning on you, and definitely know that you're not going anywhere. And I'm like, Abigail, I'm not giving up. So, there's still time. But I think it is important to honor you for who you are and what you bring to the board and just you as a person. So thank you. Yeah. So I do have a couple of updates. I had an opportunity to attend Cajon High School's By the Reality, which was a really great program that was sponsored by ThinkWise and ThinkWise Credit Union. And it was an opportunity for the students to really see what it's like to live in an environment where they had to pay bills and they had to purchase a home, purchase a car. And it was all about getting them to think about the decisions that they're making and to make smart decisions. But it started off with them in debt and then getting out of debt. So I thought it was a very interesting program. It was put on by two of the Pathway instructors or teachers, Brittany Gilroy, which is the Pathway teacher for sports and medicine, and Mr. Georgie, who's the Pathway instructor for business. And it was definitely informative for me as a board member to see the students out there, because it was two series. They had one in the morning, one in the afternoon, and they were all engaged. So I just want to compliment the teachers who took the time to make this happen, and then the students for attending and having an interest to do so, because they were very engaged. The second one is I attended San Bernardino High School's class reunion. Even though I'm not a Cardinal, it was very cool. Met someone who graduated in class of 66. And it was the parade. It was in the neighborhood, so getting out in the neighborhood, and it was on Halloween, so we were able to pass out candy, but it was just really cool. And then lastly, just a couple of months ago, I believe I brought this up, is about the NJROTC. So I attended the military academy for their just review of just the different universities and the options that if you apply, you can at least see if you get in. There are criterias. Well, I found out that nobody from San Bernardino High School applied, or San Bernardino Unified School District applied for any of the colleges. So I'm wondering if there's an opportunity space, one, to start educating the students that are part of NJRTC earlier about the option of college preparedness and the options of going to the military academies, because it is free. And I'm sure we have students that qualify, but if they don't know, then they don't apply. And that should be part of our college preparedness. I also see that we have approved several field trips to universities, but again, this might be an opportunity space for us to approve a field trip for the students to go and visit these universities. So now they have an idea. The other one is field trips to military bases as well. So I'm just trying to see how we can support our students who have an interest to pursue in the military, either they're part of NJRTC or they have an interest. So it's just an area that I would like to get documented for us to further discuss, further see, and see what resources we have to support our students through NJRTC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. On the subject of student board members, I was looking in Ed Code, and there's a provision in there that allows you to compensate student board members. So I'd like for us to agendize that and see about levels we can pay them and making that happen.
I support that.
So you can bring it back to us, Mr. Ariano. And then Mr. Husky, just wanted to give you a special thank you. You know, I went to San Bernardino High School, so I knew Mickey's mother because she was the choir instructor. And I had band, so we just knew you didn't mess at Mr. Husky's room because he didn't play. But I had heard about Mickey because my sisters and brothers were older than me. They were at San Bernardino High School while she was there. I think my sister Valerie didn't like her for some reason, but I don't know. I had heard her name. I had heard her name in my house a lot. And Earl and Dee Dee were cool with you, but oh, is that how you guys knew band? Okay, that's what it was then. I never knew. I had heard the name a lot. But then 30 years ago, I decided I was going to run for school board. And I told my mentor, Lois Carson, we were having a discussion. I said, hey, I'm going to run for the school board. She said, well, if you're going to run for school board, you got to go talk to Sylvia's daughter, Mickey, because she's like the vice president of the Teachers Association. And so we made a phone call, we met. And really, if you don't like me as a board member, you got to blame Mickey because she had a huge role, her and the association, getting me elected the very first time in 1995. And since then, it's just been wonderful. No one will ever know all the things and all the people that Mickey has helped throughout her years in this district. It's just, there's no way of being able to tell everybody about all the folks that she touched. But I appreciate all the work that you have done. It's been wonderful to have you as a school board member. It just seemed like unbelievable when we saw the results, but for the amount of time you were here, it's just been great. And we know you're going to continue to do great things with our district. We have a small token of appreciation for you. And your fellow board members pitched in to get that for you. And we really, really do appreciate you and love you. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you. Mr. Ayano.
President Tillman, I'm going to end with Mickey, so let me talk about a few other items and I'll end with Mickey. First of all, Dr. Rodriguez, to you, Colleen, and Marlene, thank you for a great report. Very thorough and very positive information and very honest about where the areas we need to work on. So thank you and your team for that. And also, I know she's no longer in here, but I wanted to say it was nice to meet your mom today, Abigail. It was really cool. She's so proud of you. When she looks up at you, you can see the pride. So thanks for introducing her to me today. So just wanted to share just a few accolades today, and want to recognize Ann Pearson, who earlier in the month received the California Department of Education's Expanded Learning Leadership Award from State Director Michael Funk. So congratulations to Ann. She's what she's done in terms of EXL has been outstanding, and it's setting the standard across the state. So congratulations to Ann. Next slide. And continuing on our history of this district shining, Cal State University San Bernardino later this week is having their 4th annual Educational Leadership Summit. And as part of that summit, they find and look for excellence throughout the Twin Counties, San Bernardino County and Riverside County. So I was very excited to receive emails last week indicating that we had 5 people from the school district who are being recognized by Cal State San Bernardino. First of all, Mr. Danny Tillman for outstanding district leader, so congratulations, Mr. Tillman, for that. Devonna Robinson, that you may know from our African American Parent Advisory, she's being recognized as the outstanding parent leader. Amanda Armandaris is being recognized as as the outstanding classified employee this year. Mary Pierce is being recognized as the outstanding instructional leader. And Shanita Stevenson, one of our administrators, is being recognized as the outstanding school site leader. So it looks like SBCUSD cleaned up this year at the awards. So congratulations to all of you helping us continue to shine as a district. So unfortunately, Mr. Tillman, I won't be there on Thursday. I'll be in Santa Fe at the Dual Immersion Conference, but know that I'll be there in spirit for you and everyone there. Know how darn proud we are of the impact that all of you have had. So congratulations, sir. Next slide. And it was mentioned today, boy, I tell you what, the Cajon Dental Pathway, you know, I want to congratulate not only this board, but I think even the previous board where this conversation first started about whether or not there should be a dental pathway. And I know many of you, when you came on board, started championing this opportunity. You know, when I walked in, you know, you think of something, you think it's going to look a certain way, and then you walk in, it's 10 times better. That's what Cajon Dental Pathway. It's an amazing experience, and I do want to commend Annette Billups, the teacher that was behind this vision. It's incredible, and if you haven't had a chance to visit that classroom, it's something that you will have not imagined in your head what it's going to look like. So please go up there, check it out, because it's a stellar program. And once again, SBCUSD shines, and it's the example in the county. So great job to Annette Billups, and thanks to Principal Dr. Chris Jackson, who's been very supportive of Annette in her program. Next slide. And principal for a day, I want to thank Mary Roan Goodwin and everyone in the communications department for bringing back principal for a day. We had over 40 people from the community who served as principals, and they were business partners, nonprofit organization folks, faith-based parents, spouses of board members. We had everybody in there, and it was an opportunity for us as a district to find ambassadors to really see what's going on in our classrooms. As you have heard me say, oftentimes during a time that I wasn't here, it really irritated me when people make negative assumptions about our district. But when you bring them into the schools and you see them what's really going on, they are surprised. They are excited. They just didn't see it coming. And so what happened from Friday's event is now we have close to 50 ambassadors who are now out in the community talking about the great things, our great kids, our great teachers, our great administrators that are happening in the district. So I invited all 40 of them plus to come back next year, but to bring their vice principal with them, meaning bring another 40 people with you. And then we're going to continue to build this momentum. So I appreciate those of you that were able to join us that day. And I think it's a great opportunity to showcase everything that's happening in the district. And so now I will end with Mickey. So let me just start. First of all, I just want to commend everybody that ran for board. Oh, I'm sorry, I did have one more, sorry. San Gregonio sent me this picture. It was a thank you for the hoodies, so they've gotten their hoodies. So I try to show you pictures every time that every school gets their hoodies, but this is Sanjee's blue hoodies, and they are looking good, so thank you. So I want to thank everyone who put their name on the ballot to be a part of this school district board You know, I'm always very grateful and very humble that people want to be part of this organization. So, you know, for those folks that put their name in who are not incumbents, I commend them. And I really appreciate that they want to be part of something great, right? I do want to congratulate those who will be remaining with us. I think it's a testament, a good indicator from the community that people feel comfortable, they feel confident in who we have here. I do want to welcome, if indeed the data or the votes stay the same, Mr. Santos to the board. And I encourage him, if he gets a chance, to speak to Ms. Chahusky and have an opportunity to learn about the board. But to Mickey, I just want to say, first of all, thank you for being part of the board that hired me into this position. Mickey, you and I go way back, working together as colleagues when I was a principal here, when I was director of HR, and you were the union president. And you were the one that set my career trajectory moving forward as an assistant superintendent of HR, because you showed me that a school district and unions can work together in a positive way, and that it's not a fight, it's a collaboration. And so I owe you, as mentioned here, you've had a lot of impact on a lot of people, and I'm one of those people. You led my very successful trajectory of my career because of the attitude, the support, the realness that you had in me. So I want to thank you for helping my career advance. You've been very impactful. And I want to thank you for your time on the board. And on this short time that you've been on board, man, you have accomplished a lot. And it's always kid-centered. It's always what's best for kids. And I admire that greatly about you, because you were like that as a teacher. You were like that as a union leader. You were like that in student services. And you were like that still as a board member. And so it's been an honor to be not only your friend, but your colleague, to learn from you, to know that I've experienced success because of you. And I'm honored and grateful for all that. And I know you're not going anywhere. You're going to be here for all of us, because that's the kind of person you are. I know there's not sour grapes. You just see possibilities and the next steps here. So just want to say on behalf of the board, we love you. I think this whole district loves you. And you're going to be here with us, and we're going to keep bugging you. So, and go Buckeyes, right? And that's all I have today, President Tillman.
And congratulations to all the board members who won re-election, and congratulations to Mr. Santos, who also ran and was successful. That brings us to section 14. No, actually, yeah, section 14, summary of board members' requests. 14.1, review of requests.
Good evening. The first request is from President Tillman. He requested that Mr. Ariano provide a timeline for implementation of the bill regarding student cell phones. The next request is from Mrs. Grande. She would like to revisit the decision to remove the administrator positions at Anderson. The next request is from Mrs. Alexander. She would like to support our JROTC as an option for college, including field trips and resources. And the last request is from President Tillman, requesting to agendize the compensation of student board members. Thank you.
Thank you. And that brings us to section 15.
So moved.
Been moved to adjourn.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll let you wait. You haven't finished.
Meeting adjourned.